everybody, and welcome to the premiere of Tales from the Archives, Reverie. I am so freaking excited to be here. I think I speak for everybody in this call when I say we're excited to be here. And I'm so excited to see you here, so thanks for being here, whether you're watching right now live with us or in the future. Let's get started the way we always do, with a couple introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? My name is James. I use she, they pronouns. I am your archivist for this particular tale. You can find me on TikTok and Blue Sky at Nice One James, and on Twitter, Instagram, and Threads at TTRPK. Fucking nailed that shit. And nobody is allowed to invent any more social media, because that's the most I can remember. I've hit my cap. That's the only places you can find me, and that's me. Let's move on from me to Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me most places on the internet. I know on TikTok, I'm College of Lore Dropout. Other places, I'm Lore Dropout. So try Lore Dropout first, probably. I love you. Mwah.
I love you. Wow, that's crazy. We have so much in common. Speaking of people I love, Grace.
Hi everyone, my name is Grace. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me most of the time on Twitter at LMAO Grace with 2 E's at the end. I'm rewatching Grey's Anatomy from the start, so that's gonna be my thing. But yeah, I'm so excited to be here. This has been so long in the making, and it's finally here. It's exciting.
It's finally here. I'm also so excited. Let's pass it on to the lovely individual who is also stream producing for us today, on top of making an incredible little dude to play, Reed.
Hello, my name is Reed, also known as stream producer and D&D Beyond homebrew wizard. I use they, any pronouns. If you want to be my best friend forever, use all of them, every single pronoun. If you're like, it's too hard, whatever, just use they, them, it's fine. I exist perpetually in this body, in this life, and maybe in the next, but for now you can find me on social media. TikTok at DND5E, and everything else at Snail5E. Any platform, I'm there, it's me. I'm not gonna name them all because there's too many. That's me.
You're so valid for that.
Oh, and if something's wrong with the stream today, no, it's not. Shh.
But also, you can tell us it's fine.
But also,
no, it's not. Actually, we are not accepting criticism at this time. Thank you. Moving on from there to the lovely Sweet.
Hello, I am Sweet, she, they pronouns. You can find me most places at _Sweet Stories, except for Blue Sky, where you can't use underscores and you gotta use a dot or something. So there's a dot, Sweet Stories, and the rest of that. Anyways, right now I'm excitedly on Twitter screaming about New York. And I'm here with a butterfly clip, one of those that look like jiggle. Yeah, the end of my hair, and I'm so happy to be here.
And I'm so happy to have you here. And last but certainly not least, Jess.
Hello folks, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me on the internet today, feeling very gender because of the poet shirt that I'm in, and also making sad character playlists. That's pretty much most of my personality. There you go.
It's a great personality. Also, Jess did our lovely art that you can see on the layers, so tell them they did a great job in the chat, because she did. Amazing. Let's move from there to a couple of announcements. First of all, in terms of upcoming programming, if you're looking for what I would call the TTRPG version of Barbenheimer, on Sunday, you can pair today's episode with a lovely little gothic horror game, Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. It's got crime, it's got gay people, it's got a lot of birds. It's a great time, and I'm sure it'll be normal. So true. That's the things that I know about Barbenheimer. Pink and black and gray. Anyway, probably the same thing. Don't worry about it. Be sure to tune in on Sunday. It's going to be a great session. If a week from today you're like, oh my god, I wish I had something to do, but Reverie's off, I've got great news for you. Tales from the Hearth Divinians runs on our other Wednesdays. It's got gods and divinity. It's, I think, potentially maybe as a festival coming up soon, a collection of the weirdest and strangest, most lovable little guys you've ever seen. It's going to be a great time, so be sure to tune in for that while you're waiting for us to return in 2 weeks. That's our upcoming content. If you're looking for other ways to support us or other places you can find us on Twitter at Starlight Tales _, on YouTube at Starlight Tales if you're looking for any VODs from past episodes. If you watch this and you're like, oh, I gotta binge everything, YouTube's the place to do it. You can also find us on TikTok at StarlightTales_, I believe, and on Instagram also at StarlightTale_. Sweet just started running our Instagram and is doing a really great job. So you should go check it out. It looks great. It's mostly Reverie art right now, and that's my favorite thing in the world. Also, if you have a couple extra coins in your pocket and you want to help us support this, help us make this very gay and trans content, we have a Patreon. It's got all kinds of really, really great content on there, including everything from a pirate novel that Jess and I are writing and reading for different tiers, to special peeks at art, special peeks at lore docs, and even exclusive channels in our Discord. It's a really great time. If you can support us, it's much appreciated. If you do support us, a gentle kiss to you on your forehead. And even if your support is watching us here, that's okay, and we love you, and I'm glad you're here. Speaking of Discord, we have a Discord. If you want to come in and scream about how much you love this party of just incredible little guys, you can do that in Discord. We're all in there. It's a good time. Also, if you watch this and you're like, you know what I need actually? Some new dice. And you're like, man, I wish I could buy dice and support these gay people. I have great news for you. You can. The lovely people at Die Hard Dice love us and have allowed us to offer a little 10% discount to the people who also love us. So check out, use the code Starlight10 for 10% off your order, and we get a couple little pennies in our pocket too, and it's really lovely. And I think that's all the announcements off the top of my head. Did I miss anything? Incredible. I love when my brain works. All right, everyone. With that, we're going to pass it on over to our intro, and we'll see you in just a moment.
Ka-chow.
Well, the
Ka-chow
ka-chow was
and
fully
welcome
on the stream.
That's okay. Welcome back, everyone. There's no better way that I would have wanted to start this anyway. What do you think? Should we tell this story?
Yeah, I guess please.
I mean, I guess if we're all here. All right. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom of dreamers. A land of untamed magic and vibrant life, whose seasons changed in the blink of an eye, and for whom the veils of reality remained thin and malleable for all with the courage to reach out and pluck their desires from the pool of possibility. And none were braver in that regard than their king, who danced with the dreaming to a song so enchanting it seemed to follow him even after their dance was done, reaching out and singing to him on the wind in the hopes that one day he might take its hand and begin to dance. And the king did. Again, and again, and again. He danced until he'd forgotten all else. The hum of dreaming drowned out the sound of his people calling out to him. The sway of its waltz dizzied him until he could not remember which way home might be, until eventually he decided the only home he needed was found in the warm embrace of dreams. But while the king lost himself in dreaming, the last prince found himself in waking, and led those who were willing to follow into a new dawn. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom that did not dream at all. A land of tamed magic and unchanging seasons, where each of the 8 courts and all the people within have never imagined a world in which they could become anything but what they already are. And none are quite so rigid in their disbelief of wondrous possibility as their king, the last of the dreamers who remembers, and the first to lock it away. It has been 1,500 years since anyone in Everglen has dreamed. But then, that's not quite true. Some say they can still hear it in the night, a softly hummed song on the breeze, a cold hand outstretched for anyone who might wonder what it might be like to dance. But these days, those willing to waltz are few and far between, as many believe to slip into dreams is to disappear in the night and never return. For hundreds of years, cautious parents have whispered stories of neighbors, sisters, fathers, and strangers who went wandering in the night after a dream and were neither seen or heard from again. And for hundreds of years, those children have grown to tell their children, and so on. And as evening approaches, for the mountains and valleys, seas and shores of Everglen, it's as if the entire kingdom holds its breath. But worry not, for our story does not begin with an ending, even one so commonplace as the conclusion of a day. No. The midday sun is shining, raining golden beams of light upon the oaken court, the very heart of the lands of Fae. While many of the Everglen courts are named for their eternal seasons, or the fixed location of the sun in their sky, or even for finding a home in the darkest recesses of the sea, the Oaken Court is Oaken, for the singular reason that it is home to the proud and regal Oaks, ruling family of Everglen. Even as the kingdom and its people have grown in the last millennium and a half, there has been one reliable constant. The royal oaks never fall. Except for when they do, but that's another story altogether. As the people of the Oaken Court go about their day, already thoroughly underway, preoccupied with their meticulous plans and comfortable routines, they do not know that their middle is our beginning. But then again, I suppose most people do not know they're about to find themselves in a story until it's already begun anyway. What they do know, however, is that today is a receiving day. Today, for one exciting day, the golden gates of the Monarch Estate, where many of the nobility and royalty of the Oaken Court reside, swing open to anyone with a grievance or gift worthy of bringing to their king. Even those with nothing in particular to ask or give often make time to join in on the festivities, with high hopes of good gossip and a glimpse into how the High Fae live. And maybe, if they're lucky, even a glimpse of the royals themselves. And with those both inside the Monarch Estate and outside in its shadow looking up from the tiny village of Acorn, all eagerly finishing their chores and preparing for the event ahead, the cover of our story falls open to the first page. Shall we write it together? While I may be the archivist, narrator, and overall guide in this particular tale, a story is no good without its cast of characters. And I, for one, would like to meet ours. So if I can have everybody roll a little d20 to figure out what order we will meet our beloved party.
Does it have to be a little
That
one?
would be great.
Can I roll a medium one? Or can I roll a big one?
You can roll whatever d20 sparks joy for you.
You said can everyone roll a little d20? So I just wanted to. I was making a bad joke.
You can.
Anyway, sorry. I got a 15.
15 good? 15 good?
Got 19.
Nicely done.
Got a
13.
12.
Luca 13, Lark 12. And Camille.
Got a 18.
18. Wonderful. Then we will start with Elise. Elise, on this beautiful, shining day, where do we find you?
Elise is nowhere near the sun. Elise is deep within a incredibly dusty section of the archives because Elise is also an archivist, as it turns out. I think she's sorting through the oversized things in the library. So the giant books and the things that aren't easily displayed. She's going through and making sure they're all in place and kind of dusting and yeah.
Amazing. And will you tell us a little bit about what Elise looks like as well?
Absolutely. So Elise is a Eladrin. She looks to be in her late 40s, early 50s, maybe a little bit older depending on who you ask. She has orange hair at the beginning and it fades into a dark purple at the end. You have no idea how long it is because it is always tucked in an incredibly neat bun on her head. She dresses like a mean nanny from a BBC historical drama, and all in gray and dark blues and blacks. Always has a very pinched expression on her face, and it just gives off stern vibes.
Incredible. Elise, you are in this grand library in the Monarch Estate, which contains history of Everglen going back all approximately 2,000 years of recorded history. And you run this place with a firm hand. You know where every book is in here and what's inside every book. You can look at half a title and know exactly what information is inside. This is your library. Sure, it's the Oaks Library, it's the Monarch Library. This is your library, and everyone knows it. As you're kind of going about organizing things, putting things in piles, would you make me, the very first roll of our game, a fun little perception check?
Yeah. I got my character sheet. Oh my gosh, the tab's not opening. Oh god!
Oh god, oh god!
Okay, I rolled another 19 plus perception, which is a plus 7. So that's a 26.
Yeah, as you're kind of going about your business, walking through, do you think you're in, like, the main area of the library? Or do you think you're in, like, a little storage room, a little office?
I'm probably in, like, a sub-basement of the library.
Sure,
You know,
sure.
kind of
So you're walking around in this basement. The door is slightly ajar. And coming from up in the library, you begin to hear the sound of, I don't want to say scratching necessarily, but like something dragging, and that sort of like squeak of dragging like wood against wood or wood against tile. Very softly in like short bursts.
Definitely gonna go check that out.
Sure.
Dust off my hands and starts trotting over to go yell at whoever's making a mess, likely.
Sure. Yeah, you walk back up the stairs into this library, and I mean, it is like this huge room full of stacks from floor to high domed ceiling. Everything in here is in shades of like green. There's tapestries. There's books that look like they were published yesterday and books that look like they were published 2,000 years ago. And as you walk out from in between these stacks, you see first at like a little study table in here, the top of a chair sliding back very unsteadily.
I'm gonna fix my shirt and kind of walk over and look and see if I can see anyone or thing pushing the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. You round the corner and you see a very familiar little figure. This is 6-year-old Coral, the youngest princess of the Oaks family. Has this sort of like aqua-colored skin, just absolutely covered in silvery freckles, seaweed green hair and curls that like has been pulled back into a nice ribbon, but there's little pieces of it that very clearly have been like pulled out a little bit, blooming with water lilies. And you can see she's got like 2 books on the ground that she stepped up onto to even grab the chair. And her tiny hands are just trying to pull, but it's like a nice chair, right? It's this very fine, very well-made chair for nobility and royals, and she's a 6-year-old. And she's got like her tongue sticking out a little bit, and she's just pulling on it and trying to get it up. Shoulders go very still.
Is there something I can help you with? Or are we just making noise for fun? Or what is going on?
You kind of like very slowly, almost like a deer like caught, just hi.
Hello?
I wanted, there was a book that and top, and I wanted it but I'm very tall and I'm very tall. But I couldn't reach it.
I see. Kind of looking down her nose. Well, I am able to help you grab the book if you want help. Otherwise, I can get the ladder. That will not quite make so much noise.
A ladder?
Yes, it is one of the ones on wheels. So if you are someone who likes
It's on wheels?
It is, so you can slide along if that is something that brings you joy. So I would recommend you,
I would like to see the ladder, please.
Yes. We'll go get you the ladder. And goes off. Coral is definitely, like, the only child in Elise's life who she has ever spent time with at all.
Sure.
Does not know how to interact with kids, but loves Coral.
Sure.
Brings the ladder over.
Yeah,
Here you
Coral
are.
kind of like toddles behind you and looks up at this big ladder with just huge eyes. Whoa, that's the tallest thing I've ever seen.
Yes, it is a very tall ladder. Now, what book were you trying to get?
Kind of like squints up at the stacks, and then one little hand points up, and you can see like way up on a stack. You can very clearly tell the one that she's looking for, even though she doesn't know what's in it. It's like this very finely bound volume that's like gilded, so it catches the light, and it has like these painted flowers on the outside, and it sort of like stands out and catches the light between a couple of books that are darker in color and more subtle.
The shiny one, I assume, is
Yes.
the one you're going for. All right, kind of steady the ladder. Like, okay, climb up.
Looks up at you with a like, no shit look.
Oh.
Okay. And then little hands come up. It's like the hands come up, the feet come up. It's like we're not doing hands and feet separately. They move together. It gets like about like 3 or 4 steps up and looks down at you and goes, do you think I could touch the sky from here? Because I'm very, this is the tallest I've ever been.
This is, well, I don't know if you could touch it from here, as we are under a roof. However, maybe perhaps if you brought the ladder outside sometime, you could attempt it.
Okay.
So that is something to ask your mother, not me.
When I go to touch the sky, can I borrow your ladder? Please?
I will tell you what. If you can get it out of the library, you can take it.
Okay. I'm very strong.
I'm sure
It
you
won't
are.
be an issue.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Up.
You see, we make it like 5 more steps, and the steps get a little slower and a little more hesitant as she sort of starts to realize how high up she's getting, but is like, well, I can't chicken out now. Probably gets about halfway up, and then looks down at you.
Yes.
Looks up at the book. Looks down at you. Looks up at the book. I can do it.
Are you sure I can give you a hand if you need one? But I know you're very capable.
Would you do it?
Kind of lift her down
Yeah.
from the ladder, set it down. Be like, all right, you hold the ladder for me, please. Will I climb up?
Okay. Kind of like pushes the sleeves of her little dress up and clings onto the ladder for dear life, like white knuckling the sides of this ladder.
Lise will kind of hike up her big poofy skirts and
Sure.
make her way up the ladder and grab the book and go, all right, can you catch the book? I do not like when books hit the floor, but I trust you.
I don't think I can catch it and hold the ladder.
I see. It is a good
I've only
choice.
got 2 arms.
Yes. All right, then we'll climb down and here's the book.
You see, it's like this cute. It looked smaller right up because of like forced perspective. It's a fairly big, like this book is probably the size of her abdomen, truly. But you like hold it out to her and she takes it in her arms and she looks down at it and you can see like it's emblazoned with like all kinds of gold gilded like flowers and butterflies and trees. And she looks down at it and just, wow. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful patron to the library.
What's a patron?
Someone
Is it like a fairy? Because I would like to
Yeah.
be one of those.
I do not think a patron. I mean, I suppose a fairy could be a patron, but the patron is somebody who receives something from someone or a location. Like patrons of the library, they come to the library and they get what they are looking for. They are a patron.
About halfway through that, her eyes kind of moved into the library, just started looking around. Okay.
Great. Do you have an adult present?
It is about this time that you begin to hear, like, not hurried or panicked necessarily, but fairly quick footfalls coming out from the hallway. And a moment later, a very familiar figure to you, the Lady Laurel of the Oaks, who is this like fairly angular and lithe figure with pale freckled skin, this like brown hair that has these little highlights of honey in it, and this perfect like half crown of flowers, who also is wearing a very nice dress, which goes very nicely over the swell of her very pregnant belly. And Laurel walks in and goes, "Oh, Coral, what did I say just an hour ago about sneaking off?" And Coral kind of like gets those little guilty baby eyes and looks up at her mom and then looks over at you. Well, Miss Elise asked for my help, and I thought it would be rude if I didn't help. Looks at you with big doe eyes.
She did hold the ladder for me to go retrieve a book, so she was helpful.
Laurel with like hands on her hips, kind of, oh, right. Well, thank goodness you were here then, but let's not make a habit of it, shall we? And she just kind of gives this little nod, and there's like a little like, I got away with it smile as she grips the book and just kind of toddles over to Laurel, and Laurel, like, looking over her head, looks at you and mouths, I'm sorry.
Just kind of gives a little shake of the head, like, don't worry about it.
Right. Would you mind having company? Terribly. Just trying to preoccupy ourselves until receiving day, so.
Of course, no, please. Library is for everyone to enjoy.
Thank you, Elise. We really appreciate it. Are you going for the fun?
You know, I tend to avoid these events, but perhaps I will make an appearance. I mean, I should make an appearance as it is my duty, but I don't know that I will stay for long. We will see.
Right, well, you know, it's a good place to get all the latest gossip, and there's a lot of like civil disputes as well of a fascinating nature. I don't know, I just think you'd enjoy it. I, for one, never miss. Not because I'm required to, but mostly because it's entertaining. So.
Well, then perhaps I will go and maybe I will take notes and get some interesting additions to the archive out of this and recorded events.
Right. Well, we will see you there then. And not that we're leaving, because I think what is that? Kind of like peeks over Coral's. Coral is settled in this chair and has this huge book open. It's like a very technical encyclopedia of like the plants and animals and flowers of Everglen, and very clearly doesn't know what it is, but it's like pretty pictures. And it's just kind of going through, and Laurel squints over the shoulder and just. Right. Well, I am certain you're busy. Please feel free to get back to your duties, and I'm gonna go find a book, I think.
You ever need any recommendations? You know where to find me.
I do. And she'll just kind of go about her business. Are you doing anything else while you're here? Are you just kind of hanging out, keeping an eye on little sticky kid hands and very valuable books?
Very much keeping an eye on the little kid sticky hands, but doing it so that, like, Laurel knows I'm like, watching out, but that Coral doesn't.
Sure,
Like,
sure. Yeah, just, like, kind of peeking around bookshelves. Absolutely. Without even a roll, you can do so. She's very engrossed in this book. And we will kind of pull away from there and move on to our next member of our dream cast, pun intended, Camille. Where do we find you on this beautiful day?
Yes. Camille is on the section of the estate that belongs to her and her family. And she's in her little workstation, little studio room, prepping a new outfit for this next event that we have. And Camille looks about, hold on, let me pull up a description so I can make sure I don't miss some stuff. So Camille is about 5'9". She has pink kinky hair that's quite long, but she always puts it up in a big updo. Right now it's in like a bouffant. She has green skin, and their eyes are black and have specks of starlight in them, pointed ears, two little antennas on her head, little alien antennas that stick straight up. And yeah, so she's absolutely stunning space babe bombshell lady. And every outfit that is displayed in this room is absolutely gorgeous. And she herself is in a gown that is very like, it's quite it's one of those that on the parts that need to be covered up, there's a lot of like glitter and like, you know, like leaves and things like that, and it kind of like fades out into a sheer kind of things that have like trims around the end and whatnot. Yeah, and so has like a little acorn pin that's made out of like brown gemstones, and she turns and she goes, okay, Oliver, do you want to be Lark or do you want to be Alia?
Kind of like looking at themselves in the mirror. Yeah, that's right, James. We're hijacking the intro.
No, great. You were next in the order anyway, so please hijack away.
Looking over themselves in the mirror and like looking, eyes darting between like his own reflection and the outfit and his own reflection and the outfit. Looks back at Camille, and staring back at Camille is Oliver. Oliver is like a healthy 5'11", but he'll tell anyone he's 6 feet, because the horns add an extra inch. Of course they do. He's got this like nice, very like lightly tanned skin, and kind of looks just like a normal elven fae figure, except there's a couple of things that like make Oliver stand out. Thing number one are these 2 antlers made of bone that come from his temples. Thing number 2 is they've got this like brown mousy hair. However, there's 2 pieces or 2 chunks of it that are right in the front that are just bright, like too bright, you gotta shield your eyes purple, that looks like it was just freshly dyed, and these like ears that when you look at them a little bit more you realize they're not entirely elven at all. They are in fact almost look like they're made of leaves. And I think also important to note is that resting very gently on top of Camille's hand is Jeffrey, who is Oliver's bird, Oliver's Gloucester canary, who I cannot describe in any way other than piss yellow. He's a piss yellow bird with a shaggy, ashy brown bob. And I think Oliver just kind of looks at Camille and goes, I'll be Locke. It's just so much easier, you know?
Yes, understood. All right, go ahead. Change.
And like turns away for a second and almost like taking off his own face and putting on a new one, like does this sweeping motion across their face and turns back, and Camille is staring at Lark.
Okay. Perfect. Get on the little podium, please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know how to do this by now. Thank you, Kenny.
Okay. Goodness, you were standing like you didn't know.
Stands like very straight, almost like making a mockery of like the correct princely posture, and is like, yeah, shoulders back, like feet perfectly planted, just standing there and is ready to be fitted.
Okay, perfect. I love that. Stand up right. I like that. Okay, but hold on. Let me put this pin on you. When she does, she puts it on and she goes, okay, you're going to click it. You're going to turn it once. And then you have to be honest with me. This is the thing. I think it works perfect. But I need your honest opinion about how it is, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Clicks the pin.
You twist it once and like an explosion of like oak leaves happens, and it's like it looks like peacock feathers almost, like that fly out on one side, and then like dancing lights kind of like fizzle out and the actual outfit appears from it.
That was fucking awesome.
I find it so boring.
Oh my gosh.
I do. I find it so boring.
Listen.
I mean, everyone. What?
That was dazzling. People are going to be dazzled.
Oh, thank you. It works great. I know that, and everyone's going to love it. I mean, I think
an outfit change.
What is it?
I mean, that's the cream of the crop.
That's
the thing that makes it to the headlines of all of the everything. You know.
I know, but that was like last season as well, right? An outfit change. Perfect. But now it's an outfit change with dancing lights, and that's going to, I mean, little tiny changes like that, people eat it up.
They
But
do,
I
they do.
find it. They do.
And you're great at serving people what they want.
But I want more. I don't know. But it'll work, right? I don't think it was. It's.
Anything
I'm
more,
afraid-
and I think Lark would be swallowed whole.
That is why I didn't do more
Yeah.
as well.
No,
Yeah.
I can see that you really decided to be reserved.
I did.
I
Thank
am
you for
proud of
noticing
you
that.
for doing that, because I know that it's not quite easy for you to do so.
Thank you.
Of course.
I just wow. This is why I keep you around. Keep the compliments coming.
I will.
Hold on. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna get behind this little thing and
Okay.
change into Alia.
All right.
And she goes as well. And she changes. Camille's like her eyes, the stars in her eyes, kind of like the constellation changes, and her antennas start to fizzle a little bit, and she kind of pushes her antennas back, and her skin kind of like morphs back into Alia, and she comes out with a little pin and this little like simple little outfit, little chemise probably, and she twists it, and once again like the little peacock of of leaves come out and dancing lights happen, and she's in this beautiful gown that is like oak colored themed, and she comes and stands next to Oliver Lark, and they both look in the mirror.
And Oliver like offers her their arm.
Oh, thank you. Highness, thank
Of course, darling.
you. We look so good together, don't we?
We really, really do.
Oh yes, I believe we're a real couple.
Just like loses his shit at that.
Okay, okay. So this looks good together. Yes.
It does, yes.
Perfect.
Now, am I allowed to ask about the her signs?
Ask about what?
The her signs?
Of course you are.
What was that about?
Oh my god! I just heard a little something. I heard it was absolutely horrible. So earlier today, they were having a tea, all the nobles together with Alia, and I heard from one of the servants that one of the vases were knocked over, right? And dirt got all over the hearses, and they were complaining about it and upset, and so it just sounded like they were very sloppy at tea, you know. So I decided to just share that news. That's all.
Well, it was a masterpiece.
Did you like it?
Oh my god!
I thought it was very.
I
it was good. I thought it was
walked in there and everybody was staring at them like they had 4 extra eyes on their forehead. It was
No
hilarious.
way. You see? And the fact that everybody was looking and didn't stop it or didn't tell them, I mean, people believe it. They have to, because it's what it sounds like they would do.
Well, in between you and me, Helen's gown looked a little dirty, so...
You see, I just tell the truth, Oliver. I say what people are afraid to say.
Yes. You
I
make
have to brave it because nobody else will.
observations. You do.
Honestly.
You do. And honestly, I think what you're doing is a civil service to all of us.
I'm glad that you see it that way. I didn't want to be the one to say it, but I'm so glad that you
I
did.
will always be the one here to remind you about it.
And that is why we are friends. The brave ones. Brave ones of the bunch.
Where would this court be without us?
God. Are you spending time as well tonight at the event?
Oh, at receiving day.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be there. It's a requirement.
Oh, I forget that you have to be there.
Yeah, you know, noble duties and all that. Are you going?
Yeah. Oh, of course oh, yes. That is where the hottest gossip of the town is. Of course I'm going to be there.
Oh, I want so badly want to eavesdrop with you. Maybe I can sneak away. Maybe he won't be paying attention to me. Just maybe.
Oh, if you sneak...
Probably not.
And I could
Probably
also
be looking at me.
save up everything that I collect and tell you later as well. You know I will.
Yeah. You'll tell me first before you post it?
Sure.
Okay, not all of it. Some of it. Keep some of it just for me.
I will show a little bit of restraint,
Okay.
and I will not put it on the blog
Okay.
before I tell you. I also probably need you to look it over for like some editing, because I did see a couple of mistakes the last time I did post. So
You did?
I just got so excited.
No, it's
Okay. Well, take off the pin, and I'm gonna try and present that to Locke later.
Okay, can I go looking for something to wear?
Oh, of course. Please enjoy.
And we'll like take the lark mask off and put his own back on, and like put two fingers in their mouth and whistle for Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, who has been sort of like hopping around in the various like knickknacks, things, surfaces in Camille's room, like goes very still. I imagine like maybe on like some kind of like bottle of perfume, very rickettily balanced, stopped. And then the head turns and the bob like moves with it. Just looks in your direction.
Hi. Will you find me
Wings
something?
flutter a little.
Will you find me something shiny to wear?
Looks at you, kind of get like. I imagine Jeffrey doesn't like chirp much, so just kind of like moves the head so the bob like moves, and then goes back to whatever like vanity Jeffrey is sat on with renewed fervor. And we'll just make like. Do you want to roll me a d20 investigation check for little Jeffrey?
Bird, I would love to do that.
Yeah, I don't have Jeffrey's stats. That's on me. That's my bad. That's my
10.
oversight. Yeah, I'm right down the middle. Camille, why don't you tell us a little shiny thing that Jeffrey might find in your vanity?
Well, see, I think there's plenty of gems, plenty of rubies,
Sure.
things that are like not set into like metal or pieces yet. But there's, I think there's like probably like a really nice rich ruby. That's like a pendant or something that they find.
Yeah, Jeffrey will kind of like hop down off the bottle and go over to this like collection of like gems and jewelry, and will like leans down too far to look at them, so the beak is like almost touching them. Kind of like moves his beak around so they rustle a little bit, and then will very gingerly and gently pick up the ruby, and kind of swing the head back to look at you, Oliver, in like approval. And little wings will fly. It like takes him a second to get going and adjust to the weight of the ruby. But after just a moment, he'll flutter over into your hand, nestle all the way down, and then let the ruby down into your hand.
I'll start scratching him and go, okay, red it is. And then I'll start looking around just for something to wear that is red.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Tell us what you settle on. Tell us what you find.
Ooh, okay. I think that Oliver finds like a nice like ruffly red long sleeve shirt that has like a very like like as deep as it can go V with it still being like respectable. And then I think puts over top of that like a like maroon almost brown vest with like gold embellishments on it. And then we'll wear like matching like tight maroony brown like slacks, and then I think gold shoes with red laces.
Hell yeah. Fuck it. I just simply love an outfit description, Your Honor. It sparks joy for me.
Yeah.
While Oliver is changing, Camille, what are you up to?
I think Camille is taking the little acorns that she's made and like putting them in these little boxes and like covering like have like little like plushy little pillows to put these little acorns in and like cover it with like tissue paper and putting it in this box and doing that for each of the royals that she has to meet that day, and getting that ready to go out and present to them, and then also just making sure that her little caboodle is ready, so it's like this beautiful little bag. I think it's too much as well. I think it's just also like peacock feathers. Her spell book matches the purse. So put that in there, a little emergency like fix it pack, a little like makeup pack, and then just all the little things that she needs for the day. So she's like packing that into her bag.
While you're packing everything, do you think your door is open or closed?
I think it's like cracked, so they'd have to push to look in.
Sure. You're like packing everything away, and from your like peripheral vision, you see the door kind of like swing open a little, and the very familiar figure of your sister Gina, right? Just making sure I'm reading. Your sister Gina is standing in the doorway doing that sibling thing of just looking at you with like the very clear intent to say something, but like waiting for them to be acknowledged.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell us actually what Gina looks like as well?
Oh, snap. Gina looks quite similar to Camille. The green skin, I think she's a bit shorter. like 5'6" or so, and her hair typically wears down. They look very like their facial features are quite similar. Just I think her face is like a bit smaller. But I feel like their lineage is quite like almost carbon copy. So yeah, it is very much so how you style yourself to be differentiated. But yeah, I think when Gina comes in, though, I think that Camille doesn't move or anything, just continues doing what she does. And she's like, oh, is that you, Gina?
Maybe.
Were you looking for something?
There's like a pause, and you can see the figure kind of like approach where you're sitting, and just whatever you were like about to pack into your bag, just kind of like picks it up before you can and looks at it.
Yes.
Well, I was just thinking, if you're not too busy, sorry, I know you're, well, I was just thinking, because you are so busy, kind of puts the thing back down on your vanity. I mean, maybe I could deliver one of the things that you made.
Oh,
just to take something off of your plate.
Oh.
I don't have a preference, really, because I'm so generous.
Really?
So,
oh, that's so kind of you. That is so kind of you.
Thank you. That's what people say about me all the time.
So just one of them you want to deliver.
I mean, I could do both. I didn't want to step on any toes. I'm just here to assist you in the delivery of these things. And I mean, anyone can run the shop, but really no one can deliver them with as much charm as I can.
Gina, no, not anybody can run the shop. You have the key to the door, so you do have to go and open it. It's actually
exclusivity just increases the desire to get in. So really, if the shop is closed, more people will want to come back and find out what secrets are in there. So I just think maybe, besides, don't you have that weird thing with the royals where you said that thing one time to the king? And I mean, I just, they like me.
11 years old. Wow.
So I just think maybe
I was
it
11
would be
years
easier
old.
for you.
Okay, and I don't even think Ambrose really even remembers that. Who remembers that? What I said and everything. Oh my god, Oliver. So, listen.
Hi, Oliver.
Hi.
Don't you think it would be really lovely if I delivered one of those things?
Or I could.
Or I could deliver my own invention to the royals.
Grin.
Oh my god. How about this? How about I deliver my own invention to the royals, okay? And you, when you make your own, you deliver yours.
Well, Mum told me that I'm not experienced enough yet to make my own things for the royals, so I have to stay in the shop and learn. And you made it, so obviously it's like, fine in quality or whatever. And so maybe I could just be, okay, like a little runner over, I'll just give it a little knock. Hi, Crown Prince Lark, how are you? Very nice to see you. Your hair looks great today. Here's the fancy thing.
Okay.
Boom. And then we're best friends.
I see.
What could go wrong?
Nothing. One thing could go wrong. You could get credit for my brilliance, which is not going to happen. I adore you, really, truly. She goes in, she does like a little kiss on either side. Love you. But no, I'm going to deliver my own thing, okay? You go back to the shop, and I'll give you a little blueprint. How about this? You need practice. That's what you need, right? She goes into her caboodle and like grabs the blueprints for the acorn. Boom. Manufacture that. Sell it in 2 weeks.
But fine, but I'm gonna make it better than you did. So snatches the blueprint.
I hope you do. I hope you
will.
do.
I will. I'm going to. So just prepare to be upstaged. I'm just saying.
Oh. No, I love that. I love a little challenge.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what you just said?
I did. No, but I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm actually encouraging it. Not even like I really genuinely. I'm ready.
Good luck.
Love you, Gina.
I don't need it. Thank you.
That's
love
right.
The shoes. Bye. We'll kind of turn on her here.
Yeah.
Walk out of the room.
Oliver, I love seeing the fire in her. It makes me excited.
It's a new side of her that I feel like we haven't seen before, and it's quite.
It's so
It's filling me with a renewed vigor that I was
inspiring.
not quite expecting.
Right.
I feel like I want to go. I don't know, make an acorn.
Ooh. No, I'm sorry. We're on a schedule. I was about to start sketching. Okay, perfect. I will meet you later, I guess, at the event.
I'll be around. You know me.
I'm off. Thank you so much, Oliver.
Of course.
Of course.
I'll see you.
Amazing. And as you two go your separate ways, we will pull back from there and move on to the next member of our party. Hey, Luca, what you doing today?
How do I follow that up? It was so good.
You don't. It's gonna be so good. So don't even worry about it.
Oh my gosh. Luca LeFay. She is a glamour wing Eversprite druid, and she is Lady Steward to the Crown Lord, I believe is the full thing. I'm not reading it verbatim, but she has this warm brown skin with these like golden Halle Bailey aerial locks. And she has like these brown freckles. They turn green around her shoulders and down her arms. And she's dressed just like Tinkerbell. The green short dress, the little shoes with like obnoxiously big pearls on them that make like probably a noise when she walks down, and these two really pretty emerald green like wings. She is walking around the castle headed towards Ambrose's like main office. She's been hanging up these posters for receiving day that have various photos of all of the members of the family, the royals, and inspirational text on them. It's like, you can do it. We believe in you. But Lark's in particular, it's like a photoshopped teeth smile because she could not find a photo of Lark looking like smiling and happy. So, yeah, she's just been going around hanging these up and is headed towards Ambrose's office to hang his up.
Absolutely. It's so powerful. As you're walking through the halls of the estate, which are all just like beautifully decorated, like all of the wallpaper in here is like painted and enchanted a little bit to have bits of movement. So you'll see like, you'll pass like a painting of a tree and the leaves will rustle a little bit, or like a bird will fly by. And at this point, you're kind of used to it, right? Like this is sort of just how the Monarch estate is. It is full to the brim of finery and magic, and this is a place that you work every day. And as you're kind of walking through these hallways, passing like members of the staff in their uniforms and these beautifully armored guards and nobility who all kind of like walk past and like glance at you a little bit as somebody who has the king's ear, you pass one of these more public hallways on the way to the wing in which the business is done. And this is going to sound so threatening, and I want to tell you right now it's a bit. Will you make me a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I promise it's just a bit. I'm not going to fucking kill you right now.
Oh, that's a nat fucking 20. Oh!
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
So you're walking through with this stack of posters, and as you step through, like, just this, you get this weird feeling in your brain, and you jerk your head back just in time to see, like, you know those like waxy like parchment sheets of paper that they wrap food in sometimes?
Yeah.
A crumpled one just goes soaring past your head.
I think she stops and whips around.
You turn and you see, looking very surprised that it didn't hit, one of your older sisters. You see Margot. Would you like to tell us what Margot looks like?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah, you take your time.
Okay, Margot is older. Luke is pretty young, like very early 20s. She shouldn't have this job. But Margot is older, like 29, 30. She's got this like same kind of warm brown skin that Luca has, and this dark red hair that's pulled back because she's a Drake speaker, and I feel like that fits. But yeah, and she's got this warm smile and these gold freckles. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Margot is very much... Margot is also the type of Eversprite. So her wings are like dragon's wings, but smaller. And kind of glimmer a little bit like gold and red, depending on the light. But they're kind of tucked back a little bit. And you see Margot is wearing very much in the like... armor is a strong word, so like middle point of armor and uniform that many of the Drake speakers wear. For our friends at home, the Drake speakers are the force of dragon riders and razors and trainers and scouts that Everglen utilizes as defense and also as just sort of like watch people in the forest to make sure everything is okay. And Margot is sort of like leaning against a wall in this like dark leather armor, probably just like a nice like green shirt rolled up to the elbows a little bit. And is like holding in her other hand, like balancing 2 coffees, and you can see there's like sandwiches sticking out of a coat pocket. Hey, those were good reflexes. How did you do that?
I'm just really well trained.
In what?
And skilled.
In skills? You're well trained in skills.
Yes. Is that for me?
Right. Maybe? I don't know. I was just, like I'm on my break.
You came to see me.
Yeah, I love the guys in the stables. Don't get me wrong. I love hanging out with the dragons. But like,
Right.
sometimes you can only take so much job talk, It's like, I flew over the forest today and I saw a deer. Yeah, that's where deers belong, in the forest. Of course you did.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would have
Just thought I'd come bug you at
thing.
work.
Yeah. I've been hanging up. You see the posters?
I did. Was that you? I did see the posters.
I did that. Yeah.
The Crown Lord looks,
It's not
happy.
my best work, but
I didn't want to like suggest that it wasn't real, but it's great. You can't tell at all.
you can't?
That's not really their face. No,
Really?
not even a little.
I'm going to believe you. I'm
Seamless.
going to choose to believe
Okay,
you because
I brought your favorite and kind of holds up like the iced coffee.
thank you so much. I've just
Yeah.
been working so hard. I haven't had time to get a nice coffee. She's
Yeah,
being
you've
so
been-
sarcastic.
Fantasy photoshopping the fucking Crown Lord's face. I can see
Yeah.
that you're working hard.
It's a lot. And then earlier, one of the kids was invisible and was stealing stuff from
What?
like a cookie.
Do they like do
What's her
that
name?
often?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I guess if you're like the princess, is it really stealing or is it like taxes?
That's true. Yeah. Well,
Is that how that works? I don't know anything about government.
I don't really know a lot about government either.
Okay. You should
Yeah.
probably listen, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I feel like you should maybe learn that on account of like but no, I mean like the poster making. It takes up a lot of time, I'd imagine. So you probably don't have like time to learn how the monarchy works.
Yeah, it's the king, and then Lark's in there, and then
So true. I have heard that.
Ollie's there, but I don't really know where Ollie stands in all of that stuff. Oliver, never mind.
Okay.
It's fine. Thank you. Yes. I
Oh, was
would
that
love
the
to.
dude with the like
And the bird looks like poop
the
on
bird?
his
Weird
head.
fucking bird.
Yeah.
Listen, I like bird. There's a lot of weird, but is it supposed to have a bowl cut?
I don't know if Oliver does that for Jeremy, but
It's like a really tiny bowl and puts it on its head and like trims it.
and then Trent cuts. Yeah. I'll find out about that. I'll put it on my schedule.
Great. That if you could actually, because it's like really been bugging me.
Mm-hmm.
What's the fucking bird's name? Does the bird have a name?
Jeffrey,
Jeffrey. That's a good bird name.
Jeremy.
Jerem. Okay.
One of
It's
those.
a J name. I'm
Yeah,
not
J
that I'm
name.
gonna talk to Oliver anytime soon. It's a little above my pay grade, but yeah. What are you up to? You seem like you're on a
I was-
mission.
No, I was just gonna go show. I was gonna put some of these in the King's. Such a mood all the time. Seems so grumpy. I thought I could try to spruce the place up and make it look.
Right. With his
It's
own
beautiful.
face.
Yeah, this. I feel like, as a king, you like to see yourself portrayed in a nice light.
Sure.
That's yeah,
I mean, I don't know anything about kings, but like that's probably true.
maybe, but I don't have to do it right now. You came to see
I mean,
me
listen, I don't
afterward.
want to stop you from your very important regency duties here. There's just an extra bacon, egg, and cheese bagel in my pocket, and I
I
just felt like maybe
freaking
somebody
love-
might want it. But I guess I
I
can walk
want
around
it.
and ask somebody
No,
else. You want it? Are you sure?
no, I
You
do.
sure? I don't want
want
to like burden you with my bacon, egg, and cheese bagel.
I feel so burdened. Give it to me.
Okay. What kind of like shuffle there? You can see there's like one in each pocket, and like picks up the one and looks at it and looks at the writing. Nope, that's mine. And we'll like shuffle the coffee over and pick out another one. There you go. They were out of the normal onion, but they had like a new one. It was like caramelized onion bagel. I figured that was
Okay.
close enough.
That,
Onions are onions,
that sounds better
probably.
than
Oh,
usual.
sick. Then I did it on purpose by request. You're welcome. I'm the
thank
best
you.
sister in the world.
You are.
Anytime. You know, it's the hard work being just like the best. But someone's got to do it. So.
Someone's gotta, and I guess it has to be you, huh?
Oh, I guess. You know, everyone always thinks middle siblings don't get anything. No. It's all on me.
It's all on you. Forever. Wow.
Forever.
Mm.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Georgie? Speaking of,
About what?
it's just I haven't seen her. I didn't see her this morning. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. She left like at the fucking ass crack of dawn. I don't know what
Awful.
that she was like all, you know, when they like really get in their head and she's like muttering about spells and stuff. And it's like she's in a different, yeah, she was doing that.
Right.
Woke me up making a smoothie. Oh my God, we've got to get, I just think she should take the blender outside. I don't know. I just think it's not unreasonable if you're going to make a smoothie at 4 a.m. You should
To not
blend it
wake up the
outside.
house. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to stop putting protein powder in it because it tastes awful.
What
It
does she
leaves an
need
awful
protein
taste
powder
in it.
for? She's like,
I don't fucking know.
she's not working. I should be eating the fucking protein powder.
Yeah, you're
But I
climbing
don't
on
need
the
it because
dragon. Yeah.
I'm just
You're
naturally
just strong.
Yeah, I was born like this.
Right. That feels true.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It is.
Mm.
So take that.
No, I believe you. Yeah.
Listen, there's a unrelated. I'm sure she's fine. It's probably fine. You can always swing by the gatehouse if you want. I don't know. I get like weird vibes when I go in there. There's too much magic and too many people doing important things,
Yeah,
and
they look really
I'm in an
serious.
environment that's too focused on tasks. I have to leave. But you can probably. You're like the king's guy. You're the Lady King Stewart guy. You could probably.
They call me Stewart, and it's always a surprise. I'm like, who's Stewart? And I gotta get used to it. It's been years. But
Sure.
anyways,
Sure.
yeah.
Listen, there's a hatchery back in stables. Dragons are. We got some little baby dragons. If you want to swing by, I don't know. I can like get you in.
You can get me in. Like, for
Yeah,
real.
just like because I'm really cool. Yeah.
You are really cool. I would love to see
Thank
the
you.
babies. Can I have one? Do you think they'd let me? No.
You probably can't like keep one,
Right.
but like if you wanted, like you could name one, and then I could pretend like I came up with it the next day. You know.
Oh, yeah. I'll think about it.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
sick.
a good plan. Are you coming to the thing? The receiving?
Oh, the like everybody complains for an hour thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Last time that guy tried to bring the king a chicken, and I still think about that sometimes. It was really funny. So, yeah, maybe.
Maybe
If it gets
someone
too
will do
political,
something
though, I'm
else.
gonna go because it's shit's boring.
I
got better
love when
things
they
to do.
get upset though. Everyone
It's
gets
fa-
so
like when they
grumpus.
oh my god, do you remember like what was it last year, a couple months ago, when that couple came in and they were just like fighting over their divorce settlement for some reason? Do you remember that?
Yes, embarrassing, but very funny.
But also so funny.
yeah, that could happen.
I love people.
Yeah.
They're so weird.
They're so bizarre, but it's so fun.
Why are
I think
they
you should
like-
come.
I'll
You
probably
can
go.
meet the
But if it gets
bird.
too like the bird, you'll make an introduction to the bird for me.
Yeah.
All right, I can shuffle some things in my schedule if I get to meet
Alright,
the
I
bird.
know you're really super busy all the time, but
I am extremely extraordinarily busy with my anyway, so yep. It's kind of like moves the coffee back over to the other hand with the bagel and holds out a hand. All right, that's a deal. Bird introduction for baby dragon introduction.
yes,
Good business deal. Good business
very
deal.
easy.
All right.
Yeah,
Sick.
sick.
I'm gonna go eat this bagel in a place where the nobles won't look at me weird.
That's fair. They do, yeah. They do that thing with their
I-
nose.
In fairness, I am kind of covered in dirt on account of the job that I have, so I guess I can't.
It's a cool job though, and you could just
It's a
threaten
very
to
good job.
like have the dragon come in and like breathe fire.
Oh, that feels like maybe I would get in trouble on like
Probably.
a government level.
Right. I don't get arrested or anything.
I
like
don't. I
that.
would really like to. I don't think they let you go get bagels and coffee if you're arrested, probably. So
Yeah.
I will not be doing that. But thank you
Okay.
for the advice, Stuart lady. Stuart Little.
No,
Thank you for the
God.
advice.
It's not Stuart Little, Marco. It's not.
Oh, okay.
It's just not.
It just It's a good book. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm gonna you do your poster thing. You tell the king I said, hey, don't do that.
I can tell
And
I think I will, actually.
do what feels right. Do what feels right, but like in a way that's not gonna get me fired and or arrested. I'm gonna go. Enjoy your bagel. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will treasure it.
Don't treasure it. Eat it. No. And Margot kind of like turns and begins to walk off.
Luca will take the crumpled up paper that they threw and will throw it
Sure.
back as she's walking away.
I rolled a 2. It hits her square in the back. And she stops,
Perfect.
looks at you over the shoulder. All right. Fair play, LaFay. All right. You better watch your fucking back, though.
I am.
I'm going to get you.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of like
Ta-ta.
squat down, pick it up with the 2 like empty little bits of hand space and stands back up. Okay. All right.
Old knees. Yeah.
Make your posters. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll just like kind of lift a hand in a goodbye without turning and round the corner. And you, if you'd like to, can after eating your bagel, of course, unless you are eating a bagel in the king's office, which I would support, but maybe isn't.
If you're
Are you
giving me
bringing the
that
bagel to the
option,
office?
I'm gonna
Listen,
have to
I'm
take
not
it.
gonna. You have free will. This is a sandbox campaign.
Right.
So if you're gonna bring, okay, yeah, you're just gonna walk into Ambrose's office eating a bagel.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I have the
got
sequence
it
of
for
events.
me. Yeah.
No, you're right. No, okay, yeah, absolutely. Then we are going to temporarily kind of pull away here to move over in time to somebody who is, I believe, already in the king's office. Lark, tell us about my best friend Lark, please.
Yes, thank you. Your best friend Lark, is a ladrin, pale, flushed skin with just a rainstorm of freckles over every inch of their body. This sandy ginger, curly hair that kind of curls in that classic, like prince-like sweep, kind of the cowl like across the front of their face and kind of curls around their pointed ears. They have these really large, deep brown eyes that really like look like a doe that's been caught in some kind of like spotlight. And they wear like beautiful sky blue clothes that are kind of embroidered with this intricate gold pattern. And I think, it's kind of, if I can jump back just a little bit.
Absolutely, please do.
We find Lark kind of trying to get out the door of their bedroom, and fiddling with one of their like collar pins, which is 2 halves of like a monarch butterfly that is like pinned to either one of their collars, and they're kind of like fiddling with one of them and goes, oh damn, and kind of prick their thumb on it and kind of just goes, Leah, can I have a little help?
Yeah. A moment later, your wife, kind of steps back. Listen, it was bound to happen once. Steps back into the room with the like little closet that she was in. Alia, for reference at home, stands about 6 foot tall and is very muscled, for a noble at the very least. Has sun-kissed skin that is just covered in like shining golden freckles on her cheeks and on her shoulders. She's wearing this like very fine dress. When she's in like noble settings, you would know she typically dresses like this. Sometimes there's a little more armor involved in there, but for days like today, it's mostly dresses with like a little cold shoulder and a tapered sleeve. Embroidered in this sort of like luminous gold thread that is just the sun and clouds and the sun and clouds. She kind of walks in, looks at you, very clearly like takes a moment to appraise the situation and just, again?
It's hard to see. It's a weird position. It's hard to see what I'm doing. And
okay, all right, move your hands. And we'll take a moment to just sort of like very carefully, in a routine that I imagine is somewhat practiced, kind of secure these on your collar. And then once they're there, we'll stop and kind of like straighten your collar a little bit and smooth out your shoulders, stand back and look at her work. Right.
I don't think Lark's even looking at her. They have their eyes fixed on like a clock in the corner of their room, and is even like kind of mouthing the numbers of like the seconds ticking down.
Kind of like looks at you and very clearly goes to pay you a compliment, and then notices your eyeline and turns towards the clock and turns back to you. Sorry, am I keeping you?
I can... 7.5 minutes until it's a long walk to the office, and people stop me, and I.
Lark?
Yes,
Take a breath.
I'm doing that.
There you go. You are the crown prince. You are never late. It's fine.
Oh, that's not quite true. But not today. 7 minutes now. I have to.
Yeah, you look great.
You look
I
great.
will-
You look beautiful.
I know. Thank you. I will see you at receiving day if you need anything.
Yeah.
Around.
No, I know. Yeah, and you know where
Okay.
to find me. I'll be the guy wearing a crown.
Do. I do. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a few of them. Sorry, 6 minutes. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right,
See you
thank you. Kisses her on the cheek. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Kind of pats
Right.
your shoulder a little bit, not in like an annoyed way, in a very loving way, but in a very like, okay, all right, you can go kind of way.
Yeah,
and as you
and
turn and open the
immediately-
door, there is
Oh,
a very large drooling mastiff sitting in the doorway.
Jesus
looking at you.
Christ. Oh, fuck. Hello. Good boy.
Just staring at you.
Leah. The
Oh, handsome. Come here, buddy. Come on. And you see that, like, the mastiff is just looking at you. This big tail slowly starts to wag, and then the whole butt is wagging, and then the whole body is wiggling, and he will,
I
like,
cannot
barrel
get
past
roll
you.
on these pants.
Essentially.
please.
Handsome will barrel past you over to Alia, and your path is free if you would like to continue on.
Yep. They speed walk, march, and speed walk in only way Lark can, which is
Sure.
in the most composed of ways. But if you could see underneath their collar, they are sweating about it, and kind of finds their way to Ambrose's office.
Yeah, as you walk through these hallways that you have, for the most part, grown up in and are familiar to you, you are very used to the feeling of nobles and staff and servants kind of giving you these deep bows as you walk, and you hear like whispers that follow you as they always do. But you can
Yeah.
very easily make your way up to the very dark wooden and intricately carved door of your father's office.
I think just before they get there, that something catches their eye, and they look up at this poster on the wall. I kind of stand in front of it for a minute and go, squints at it a little bit more at the teeth and goes, that's not, okay. And carries on.
Sure. Yeah. Are you knocking on your father's door? Are you
Yes.
just walking in?
I'm a knock.
I mean, listen, if you want to walk in, I'm not going to stop you. Yeah, you give it a little knock, and a moment passes, and you hear your father's voice on the other side go, "Come in."
Kind of glance at a clock. 20 seconds to go. Walk into the room.
Yeah, absolutely. You step into your father's study, which, again, very familiar to you, though not familiar to many people. It is this beautiful room with a large stained glass window at the back. All the furniture is like very plush chairs that very clearly don't get sat in very often. Dark wooden desks, vases of flowers that are changed out so regularly they never have time to even begin to wilt. And behind the large desk, kind of set off to the side with bookshelves in the back, is your father, the king. King Ambrose is a very tall, very angular figure of blue and white. His skin is sort of this like pale, almost like as silver as a human skin tone can get. Very high cheekbones, eyes that are this like piercing blue. His hair is like snow white and long, and right now is sort of like pulled back very slightly to be out of the way as he leans over his desk and writes something. And sitting atop his head, as it pretty much always is, I think you've seen him without it maybe once or twice in your whole life, is this large crown that he wears that looks like it is made entirely of ice and crystal that catches the light and glimmers. He is dressed, as always, very formally for a man in his own house. And this like dark blue suit with silver, embroidery all around it of like little snowflakes and sort of, you know, the way people like draw breezes, kind of where they just like that. That's sort of embroidered along as well. Perfect cufflinks. He is just like the picture of put together. And he doesn't look up as you walk in, and he continues writing with this long quill.
Yeah, Lark enters, does a deep bow and kind of says, Your Majesty?
Lark, take a seat. I'll be done in a moment.
Sure.
Shut the door
Just
behind you,
so.
please.
Of course. Kind of sits rigid, back straight in the chair opposite, and opens their mouth several times to try and make conversation, and then thinks better of it and just waits until they are spoken to again.
Sure. Yeah, I would imagine probably a good, 7 minutes goes by in silence as he just continues to write something that you can't really see what it is. It's some parchment. And after a few moments, he kind of stops, looks at it, puts the quill back in the pot of ink, will fold it up, does the process of melting wax so he can wax seal it with a ring he wears, seals it up, puts it to the side, folds his hands on his desk, and just looks at you waiting to say whatever you've come here to say.
How are we feeling about today? Ready?
I'm feeling perfectly fine. How are you feeling?
Fine. Hopefully there's no more divorcees to speak to.
Hopefully. It's a rather messy business for a public forum, but then I suppose not all people have class.
Right. I'm ready whenever you are.
Wonderful. Kind of leans back a little bit to look at a grandfather clock in the corner. We have a bit of time. I have some business I would like to conclude before we head over, but I believe the servants are already setting up in the reception hall, so if you would like to go, you are welcome to. I will meet you there.
Okay, right. Yep. That's fine.
Did you have a question about the day? You seem uncertain.
No, not at all. Finish whatever you're doing. Sorry for interrupting. And have you seen the posters outside? That's a no.
Posters?
Probably Lady Steward's doing.
Right.
I wasn't sure if you'd approved them.
I don't need to approve things like posters. I have much more important matters to attend to. I imagine the Lady Steward understands as much. Is there a problem with the posters?
No.
Make me a deception check. if you think you're lying. I guess the question here is
my
Lark
God.
lying?
I mean, Lark definitely doesn't like the poster of their face.
Sure. What'd you
So
roll
I
there?
rolled a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Deception. So that's a 6 total.
Yeah, you see Ambrose's eyes, which were kind of regarding you not with disinterest, but very clearly was just sort of okay, let's do whatever this conversation is, sharpen instantly, and he squints a little. What?
It's something I can handle. It's minor. It's
Anything I need to know about?
fine. No. I would tell you if so.
Good. And these posters, whatever they are, they won't interfere with the day's proceedings, I assume?
Not at all.
Good. Then it seems like we don't have a problem.
Exactly. I'll see you later.
Right. Kind of looks at the desk and looks up at you, and you can see something kind of flash across his features a little bit that you don't you don't quite know what it is, and he just good work, Lark.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Today with your training, I expect that today you will be willing to take a position of more authority if you feel so compelled.
Of course.
Good. Right. If there's nothing else, then close the door behind you.
As you wish. Leaves.
Yeah. You have opened the door, and standing in the doorway with a hand raised to knock is Luca, holding a iced coffee and a bagel. And a bunch of posters.
Your Highness.
Lady Steward is looking at the bagel and kind of looks back at you and goes,
Not in the mood? Okay. Okay.
takes the bagel from you and like kind of walks past you after you.
Okay, don't eat it though. My sister got it for me. You're not gonna eat it, right?
No.
Okay. Cool.
From
She's
inside
gonna-
the room, you hear a. It's a very clear. Why is my door open? A kind of.
I'll leave it on your desk.
Thank you. She'll walk in, close the door.
Sure. You see, Ambrose kind of writes. It has like pulled out another sheet with the letter still folded. Is begun to write and then stops and like brows for a little bit and like doesn't even raise his head, but just like through his brows looks up at you, Lady Steward.
Hello, Your Majesty. I didn't know if you would be in here or not. I should have known you would be in here. It's fine.
This is my study.
Yeah. Well, I brought you. I brought something to hang up in here because I thought for receiving day we could elevate the morale, including your own. You know, you're not excluded from that. So
Make me a flat charisma check, please.
that is an 11.
An 11. Okay, that's like pretty middle of the road. I think Ambrose kind of like looks at you and the chin lifts and his eyes, like you can watch as his eyes like dart down to the iced coffee in your hand and to the stack of posters that he can't quite see and then back up to you. I appreciate your concern, Lady Steward. My morale is perfectly intact.
Yeah, it wasn't a. Not to say that it's not intact. I just to bring it up so the people.
Do you have
feel...
reason to believe the morale of the people is low?
No, just sometimes during the receiving days, people complain and, you know, they're coming to voice their opinions, right? So to have them come in with the best mood possible.
I see. And placing one of these posters in my office achieves this.
Well, I just printed out
Well-
a certain number of them. I just thought maybe you would want them. I didn't want you to feel excluded because you're the king, you know, you still... Yeah.
May I see the posters? Lady
Yeah.
Steward?
Yeah. She's going to show. She printed off a specific few for Ambrose's office.
Huh?
That is like a portrait of Ambrose, and it just says, "Mindset over everything, Your Majesty."
God, that's so. Please take DM inspiration for that, because that's the
Thank
funniest
you.
thing you could have possibly said to me just now. Holy shit. It's like the equivalent of hanging up a poster that says rise and grind in the president's office. Like, oh my god, that's so powerful. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I'm back in it. Make me, if you wouldn't mind, just a flat persuasion check.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roll a d20 to see how lucky you get here.
That's very good.
Is it?
It was 19.
19 is higher than my 14. So I think you kind of like hand this over, and Ambrose looks at it for a really long time, like probably a good like 3 minutes of complete silence as he just stares unmoving down at the poster. And then finally like looks up at you and sighs a little bit and goes, "There's some wall space in the back that you can hang it up if you'd like, but I expect it to be taken down at the end of the day with the festivities
Of course. Yeah.
concluding."
Of course. Thank you so much. This is going to do wonders for your morale. Not that it's anything's wrong with it right now. Just yeah. I'll go hang it up. Actually, yeah.
Okay. Kind of like turn back. Yeah, you can find a space to hang this up in Ambrose's study if you would like to. He does kind of just sit at his desk and watch you do it the whole time with a look of like it's a polite sort of expression, but you can see just underneath the little bits of like almost he smelled something a little bit weird, and he's just sort of like nose is like crinkled just slightly and brows are furrowed just slightly, but he watches you essentially, I would imagine, fantasy thumbtack this into his very nice beautifully painted walls.
She flies up to each corner, like
Mhm.
at the top, and then steps back to admire it.
The right side is lower than the left.
You think? Okay, hold on. And she'll go back and lift it up. How's that?
That's fine.
Excellent. Excellent.
Was there anything else you required of me today, Lady Steward?
No. No. My sister did say hi, which, you know,
Your
she wanted
sister,
me to
the Arcane Inquisitor? Or the
no,
Drake speaker?
the Drake speaker.
Right.
Go. Yeah.
Send them my best?
I will. I'll do that.
Yeah, Grace?
Your Majesty. One last question, and then I'll leave and go do the rest of my duties. I promise. Just one.
All right.
Okay.
He's not laughing. I'm laughing. I just want to be so clear about that.
Do you know what time you were born?
Excuse me?
Do you know the hour you were born?
For what purpose?
It's no big deal. It's a fun surprise thing. Oh, don't even worry about it. It's not a big deal. Okay. Thank you for letting me do this. You look great. Can't wait to see what festivities there's gonna be. Right.
Appreciate your efforts.
Of course. Love this job. Okay. Bye, Your Majesty. Thank you.
Yeah, I said, do you close the door on your way out? I just feel like
Yes.
okay,
Just
good.
gotta.
Yeah. Right as you're closing it, you kind of hear a mumbled, okay. You shut the door and you can go about your business. Lark, are you still waiting outside with the bagel?
I am. Tell me, does Luca have like a desk outside Ambrose's? Like, where's Luca's workspace?
I'm gonna leave this up to Grace. How close to Ambrose you want to be? I think it's perfectly acceptable and understandable if your desk is just outside. If you don't want to be close to the man, we could put it somewhere else.
I think, yeah, her desk is right outside. I think that's fine.
Okay, Lark is just standing by the desk, holding the bagel like this, just waiting, and is like, let me roll a perception check to see how much of that I had. Really nothing. Well, actually, no, I'm really perceptive. That's a lie.
Oh yeah.
16? Some of it. I caught snippets of it, let's say.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, it's just kind of waiting for you, trying to look like normal, but it's doing a bad job of it.
Luca
It just
looks
kind
so
of-
pleased with herself, so she comes out and sees you and is like, "Oh, are you okay?"
Yeah, your bagel.
Oh, thank you. Do you want a bite of it? It's caramelized onion. It's not like regular.
You
bacon,
hear
egg, and
Lark's
cheese.
stomach give the most unholy growl, and they just go, "No, thank you, I'm fine."
Are you okay?
Can I speak to you about something?
Yeah.
The posters out in the hallway, was that you?
Yeah. I did all of them.
Did you show His Majesty these posters?
No, I assumed that he would be busy with other things.
Correct.
Well, I did just show him the one I made in there, and they let me hang it up. So
He what? He what?
hung it up. I apparently had it tilted a little bit, so he wanted me to fix that, but
He let you hang it? Okay. Okay. So he's fine with it.
I mean, as far as I know, yeah.
Great.
It's
Okay.
to boost morale because people are going to come in here today and probably just be a little bit annoying. So it's, you know.
Right. So this is to boost the morale of ourselves?
Yeah, of
Or-
you and because the people, just everybody, you know, like a
Okay.
collective Huzzah! Not like that literally, but you know what I'm
Huzzah,
saying.
right.
Huzzah.
Yeah, like a community building kind of
Yeah,
activity.
community
Yeah,
building. Mhm.
activation. Okay. Okay. Just for if you ever want my likeness again, I'm sure we can find maybe something a little a more recent photo.
What, you don't like the teeth?
They squint a little bit and they go, just not sure they're mine.
They're definitely not,
Right, okay.
Your Highness. I couldn't find. It's fine. We can take some new ones. I'd love to be there. I'll put that on the schedule for next week. That's genius.
I'm sure we have existing ones. It's really not we don't need a photo shoot or anything.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to.
I would love to. I just said that.
Okay. I will find time on my schedule.
Perfect. Oh, this is going to be so good. And then we can make new ones with new words on top too. Maybe you could help me with the inspirational part so people feel inspired.
I'll think about it.
Okay. You sure you don't
Okay.
want the bagel? There's
Another really loud growl. Oh, I'm so full. And,
okay. Okay.
Okay. I'll see you downstairs.
Yeah.
Great work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's
Sure.
great too. All right. See you down there.
Will do.
Lark. Okay, bye.
Okay.
And with everybody going about their business in preparation for receiving day, I think we're gonna take our break there. That feels like a very nice little pausing point. Go get a snack, drink some water, go piss, girl, if you gotta, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back. I hope you got a nice, yummy snack. Maybe had a little power nap. Hope you didn't have any weird dreams. We're gonna pick up a couple minutes, maybe like half an hour after we left off, with everybody in the Monarch Estate preparing for the very crowded festivities of Receiving Day, which takes place in the Receiving Hall. I think in this moment we are going to follow Lark, because I believe Lark, unless, and please anyone correct me if I'm wrong, should be the first one there. Is anyone really itching to get there? Showing up early. Okay. And we will pick up with Lark. Lark, are you going straight to the receiving hall?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you can walk through the hallways of the Monarch Estate, and you can see that, like, the closer you get to it, it's like maybe half an hour, 45 away now. The closer you get to it, the more crowded the hallways become. All kinds of nobles, many of which are like frequenters of court, but some that you see are like very infrequently here, are all beginning to crowd in. There are like staff members and servants kind of bustling back and forth, moving flower arrangements and setting up different things and just making sure that everything is exactly where it needs to be. And you can absolutely walk into the receiving room. The receiving hall. The receiving hall is this huge, like, ballroom with very, very high curved ceilings covered in beautifully painted scenes from all seasons and times of day, kind of separated by this, like, pure white wainscoting. I don't know if that's the correct term, but sure, we'll go with that. And just, like, there's, like, sections of shooting stars and galaxies, and then, like, moving clouds in the sun, and flying birds, and, like, you can see, like, fall leaves go by on one, and then flower petals on another. And this arcane brushwork continues down all the way on the wallpaper of the walls that surround it, with these same, like, slightly moving scenes of nature. The room itself is just a vision of dark green and soft blue and pure white, decorated very lavishly, but not, like, too much. Like, just on the borderline of simply, really. When you walk in, this is a very familiar sight to you, but just to kind of set the scene. There's a set of stairs just to your left that leads upwards into sort of like a viewing balcony. For Receiving Day, the viewing balcony has this sort of like slightly shimmering magic field around it so that it's soundproofed at the top and nobody yelling down can interfere with business on the bottom. And you can see a couple of like some arcane inquisitors, but mostly this like royal family's staff of casters are beginning to sort of set that up with these little spreading beads of bluish magic that almost ripple like water when they settle into the banister. That's sort of the viewing balcony that goes all the way around. Sorry, there's a hair in my eyelash. And then in front of you as well, there's a much shorter set of stairs that leads down into the receiving hall proper. It basically is just a giant ballroom when you think about like a castle ballroom, except at the very end of it, just behind these huge windows that are streaming in this golden light, are two very familiar thrones to you. The first is slightly smaller, made of this like twist material that almost looks like twisting vines and like tree trunk, but every inch of it is blooming with like trailing flowers like wisteria and lily of the valley. It is more flower than it is branch. This is also, you would know, to be your mother's chair. There are a couple of like very plush cushions that are set up in complementary colors. Not too many, but like a couple, just to make this nice and comfortable and not just sitting on a tree, basically. And then just to the left of that is a much larger throne, made in sort of a similar style, but with no flowers and only dark wooden twisted branches. It's a very like imposing figure at the top, and it's not like quite spikes, but the branches all kind of come up and fan around the top. There's little bits you can see of almost like when there's like a dusting of snow over top, like a tree branch. Some of it has been like painted to kind of look like that. There is one cushion in this chair in a complementary matching color to the cushions in the one beside it, and it looks brand new, like very, very, very new. And you can see a lot of bustling about in here. There's a couple nobles who've arrived and are sort of just like milling about, hanging out, trying to get good spots. You can also see, standing at the front of the room and sort of like reading over like a scroll and pacing, a figure who you would know to be on your father's privy council. This is Harold Bracken Maple, who is, the Herald is like the voice of the people in the political setting. Very nice person, he, they pronouns, cousin to the Autumn Court Maples. very down-to-earth guy, loves his job, and is in charge of sort of being the narrator is not the word I'm looking for, like the host, I guess you could say, for these events, will like list off each of the citizens, like names and general concerns or whatever they're here for, sort of like make sure that time moves quickly and will mediate any conversation between the king and them. And they are up at the front already, kind of just not like stressed pacing, but just sort of like trying to keep moving, pacing. And yeah, there's servants in here, there's nobles in here. All of them kind of get a little bit quieter when you enter, and then the whispers start again. But yeah.
Okay. Can I see any family members in here, like my mother, my sister?
Yeah, Yeah, I think, so you can see your mother is not quite here yet. You would know that she will arrive with your father. But you can see kind of set off to the side. Laurel is like easing into a chair, very like, balancing a little bit this very pregnant belly. And Caspian is also there, sort of like with a hand under her elbow, helping her sit. And Coral is standing very still next to it, almost as if she's been specifically instructed not to move. And you can see them sort of like, because Laurel has no like royal duties to perform here except to show up, sort of like off to the side more in like a viewing area, but towards the front of the room as well.
Okay, I think that's where Lark gravitates. I think it's where they feel comfortable talking to you right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of make it over there, and before Laurel and Caspian can even look up, Coral looks up at you, and her eyes get really big, and she goes, "Hi, Uncle Lark. Hi. Did you know that there are more than one type of elephant, and the types are differentiated by the size of their ears and whether or not they have looks at Laurel. Tusks? Husks. Yes.
Wow, that is an amazing fact. Did you read that?
Thank
somewhere?
you. I just knew it.
You just wow, born with all this elephant knowledge.
I'm amazing.
You are that. I kind of look up at Laurel.
Laurel smiles a little bit. We'll reach out and like very gently kind of run a hand through Coral's hair. Hi, Locke. And
Hi.
Caspian too will kind of give you a little nod.
Hi guys.
Hi, you look well.
Oh, thank you. How are you doing?
Oh, you know.
Pregnant.
Pregnant.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you look great.
Do I? Really? Because I feel like I'm just sort of like a sweaty ball being rolled around through the holes.
No, that's the glow, the pregnancy glow they all talk about.
Right. Yes. Great. Wonderful. Good to hear.
You look great.
Thanks. So you ready for this whole affair?
Yes, as ready as I can be. I never like how this thing is run. It feels it's like such a performance. Like, if people have things and concerns to raise, why do it in front of an audience of utterly detached nobles? I just don't understand. It's like a zoo performance. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's good to see you all kingly.
Ugh,
Come in and
no.
make all the changes, clean the place up.
Yeah, sure. Whenever that day comes.
Well, kind of looks up at Caspian with, you can see there's like a little bit of mischief, a little bit. She goes, well, it would be, of course, very impolite of us to be taking bets on the likelihood of another breakup or general declaration of love and or hatred. But hypothetically, if we were, would you want to be in on the betting for that? Not that we would.
Right. I would. It's probably not appropriate, and see, this is what I mean. Like, when you set this thing up, like, you get people coming with drama performances, and there are real problems that the townspeople are facing, and they don't get and looking edgeways because people are worrying about who cheated on who, and I just
From just over your shoulder, you hear the very familiar voice of Harold Bracken go, "Yeah, you tell him, Your Highness."
Thank you, Harold. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
I've got a preliminary list of those attending if you'd like to look it over. No pressure.
I would love that. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just came over here and kind of looks at Laura
No.
and chewed your ear off.
She kind of reaches out and squeezes your arm a little. It's
Keep
fine.
learning about elephants, okay? I actually.
Okay, well, Mommy told me I had to leave the book in my room because it would be rude if I were reading. But personally, I think that everyone would be much happier if they knew facts about like birds and fish and things. But I didn't make it to the birds or fish section.
I have a really great book on amphibians if you would like to borrow it.
Oh, what?
I'll get it for you. You'll find out.
Okay.
You be good and look after Mummy, okay?
Right.
Okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Again, kind of kisses Laurel on the cheek. It looks at Caspian.
Sure.
And sorry to you too. Enjoy your
It's
evening.
fine.
Also, if you
Okay.
see any food, can you send it my way? I'm absolutely starving.
Caspian kind of just gives you a nod, looks down at Laurel, who's also looking at him with I could eat kind of expression, and he just, I will handle it. Don't worry. And he goes striding out of the room. And as you sort of speak with the herald, we're going to kind of pull back from here. What's everybody else doing to get ready? Who's heading over? Who's picking up a friend? What's the vibe?
I feel like Elise is coming in with just an army of stenographers that she's
Sure.
placing around the room to get all the transcripts, get everything done. And probably some sketch artists too to get what the room looks like, get everyone who's in attendance, just kind of right, so you go over there, and I need someone over here, and who is covering the side exit in case we have to take minutes of people leaving?
Right, I've got it. Not to worry. I'll go take just people leaving. You want people coming in or just the leaving?
Well, we will be taking track of people who come in, but if people leave early, I want a record of that in case it becomes important later.
Right. Okay. I'll make I'll divide my notes for
Thank you.
arrivals and leaving.
See it done?
Right. You got it, Arvis. It's scrawny little dude kind of gives you a nod and takes this book and quill and goes bustling off across the room to perch right by the door. You see him kind of sit right by the door, and the Kingsguard there kind of stops and looks down at him and is okay. He's all set. Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. Everyone kind of takes up positions, some on the floor, kind of milling about with the staff and nobility, some up in the balcony to try and record any drama going on up there that people on the floor might not hear. Absolutely, you've got control of this room. Where do you go set yourself up?
I would probably go exchange pleasantries with the royal family.
Sure.
They're sitting. But yeah, I'll go say hello.
Yeah.
Or I retreat to the back where I can make an early escape.
Sure. You can absolutely approach. Right now it is just Laurel and Coral, which is very fun to say. And you can see Coral is sort of has little hands on the armrest of the chair that Laurel is in, and very clearly when kids talk and they're using their whole body to talk. It's like that, and there's a lot of head movements and stuff, and Laurel is sort of just looking down at her with a very kind smile and listening very hard. And as you approach, she kind of looks up. Oh, it's lovely to see you, Elise. I'm so glad you were able to make it.
I figured I should come and say hello before I duck out and let my assistants handle the event.
Well, hello, but I would love if you could stay longer. I imagine it will be an interesting one, not for any particular reason, they're just always interesting, so.
If that is what you wish, I will, of course, stay.
I mean, you don't, if it will make you unhappy, you don't have. That wasn't a lady commanding, more a friend requesting.
All I have to get back to is a dusty office, so I will.
It's a very nice
absolutely
dusty
stay.
office, though.
Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome to stand with us if you'd like.
Then, if it is not too much trouble, I would love that. Yes.
No, I mean, you'll probably hear quite a bit about animals of the galaxy if you stay. And Coral you look down, Coral's looking up at you with very clearly just barely holding self-restraint here to not just start pouring out animal facts on you.
Are you learning about animals now? Is that what
Well,
this
that's
is?
what was in the book that you got for me. There were all kinds of animals and birds and fish and reptiles. Those are lizards
Sure.
and snakes and things. And well, I think that's all the types of animals that exist in the whole world, probably. So,
Well, that is very good. Did you know that elephants can hear through their feet?
no way.
It is true.
Do they have ears in their feet?
No, but they can sense the vibrations of other elephants from really far away and be able to tell and like send signals through the ground through their stomping to elephant herds far, far away. It's very true.
Whoa.
I know, it is crazy.
Do you think if I stomped really hard, then I could send messages with my feet?
Kind of looks down. What shoes is she wearing? Are they loud shoes?
She's wearing like nice, respectable, like Velcro children's shoes. You know, like the kind of little shoes you get for kids at like nice events and they're all shiny.
Yeah, but they're not like
Fine.
those like plastic heels or anything.
No, nothing crazy.
Okay. You could give it a go. I don't know.
Looks down at her feet and looks up at you, and you can almost, like in the corner of your eye, you kind of see Laurel like just barely suppressing, oh god, here we go, kind of expression. And for the remainder of the time that you spend here, Coral is stamping her little feet. She'll put her hands up on the side and like use it to jump up and slam down and go, Did you hear could you tell what I said? Did you hear that?
Sorry, no, my feet weren't properly on the ground, so I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'll try. I'll try. What you have to watch though. I'll try it again, but you have to watch. Okay.
Yes, I'm watching.
Do it again. Did you hear that one?
Can I make an insight check on what she's trying to tell me?
Sure. Yeah, that's cute.
Oh, that's so bad. That is a. Well, that's a flat 10.
Flat 10.
Good insight.
She's really excited. My god, is she stomping? That's about what you get.
You know, I think I understand that you are looking forward to something, but I think because I have my own shoes on, I can't quite get it. So I only get, like, I know you're excited. So maybe later when I always wear shoes as I work here, but
Always?
perhaps that is the secret.
Even when you go to bed, you wear shoes in bed? Mommy said if I did that, I would get mud and dirt everywhere and then they'd never get it out and it would be awful.
I do wear house slippers when I'm in my house, but when I am in bed, I just my feet.
Okay. Well, when you go to bed, then you let me know and then I'll stomp in my room and then maybe you'll feel it then.
Perfect.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, she's just gonna sit and look straight ahead and hope no one talks to her.
Sure. I mean,
Camille?
there's not very many people here. Yeah.
I feel like Camille
please.
burst into the room immediately.
Nice.
Right there.
Absolutely.
Hello, Lady Laurel, Lady Coral, Elise.
Hi, Camille, lovely to see you.
Hello. I'm just here doing my little rounds, making sure that everybody's all cleaned up nicely before, everybody comes in. Did you need any touch-ups anywhere?
Oh, I mean, I think I'm all right, unless you can see anything askew.
Oh no, yes. I think she goes and sits down right next to her, and she goes into her little caboodle and pulls out the little blotting mats and just puts it on her little nose and you're glowing quite a bit. It's the the pregnancy glow,
Right. Yeah, that's what Lark was saying, but in a good way, right? And not in
Of course, in a gorgeous way. Everybody
Okay,
wants
good.
to be glowing. Everybody wants to be glowing, of course.
Good. Okay, yeah, great.
Of course. Are you stressed?
No, I'm just sort of constantly dealing with an unbelievable amount of hormones that make me want to cry
Of course.
all the time.
Yeah. You're doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
You are.
But also, my husband has gone to get me food, and
Useful.
if I can eat it, if it's good, then I'll be fine, and if it's bad, I'm not going to think about that.
Do you need a little doggy bag?
I think I'm okay. I'm not entirely certain what exactly they're bringing back, but
Okay.
I will let you know.
Sure.
Worst case, I'll maybe just sort of hide little
I've got just a thing. One moment. She goes into her bag and
Mhm.
she has like, you know, those little like velvet bags that you have to like put your jewelry in while you're traveling.
Yeah.
So she opens that and dumps out whatever jewelry is in there and goes,
Yeah.
"Here, just use this if you're feeling sick. If it's bad, you know." Hopefully,
Oh, well,
Caspian
it's a
knows to
very
tell
lovely
it.
bag. I don't want to. I don't
Oh
want to.
no, it's like 2 seasons old. I don't want it. So here, take that. And make sure to use that if he, you know, gets you the wrong thing. But he should know your palate. It's your husband.
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you, Camille.
Of
I don't know what I would do without you,
course.
truly.
That's what everyone keeps telling me. Of course. Listen.
Mhm.
Do you know if Shonda is coming back, the one who got a divorce last year?
Oh, I mean, I haven't heard anything, but I
Okay.
suppose you never know.
It was
I
such
would
a
be
spectacle.
a treat to see her again at court.
It would. Of course, we should not be talking about such
No, of
things right
course.
now. Of course not, because.
But if we were,
Very
I
dangerous.
would perhaps say that I heard on the grapevine the other day from one of my ladies that she's
Oh?
remarried, and apparently,
Already, there seems to
Yes.
be a lot of that going around. She like snatches little like paper off her nose and like tosses it away.
yeah,
Interesting.
yes,
Who-
apparently, to the man who does her gardens, which
That's
is beautiful.
no, that's actually quite scandalous. Because wasn't
I
she
know.
arguing with her ex about wanting to take the farmlands from him?
She was, yes, quite set on
Now
getting
she
the
has somebody to
land.
tend to it, I guess, huh?
In more ways than one, I think. Yes.
Oh, it was such a lot. My earrings just flew off. Anyways,
It happens.
it happens. Just big news, big news. Well, that's just so exciting. Very good to know. Hopefully, we see them. Was there anything else that I could do
Hopefully.
for you, for Coral?
I think it kind of like looks down at Coral and runs her fingers again through her hair a little bit and like fixes a water lily. And Coral, like you would know, Coral is not a shy child. Whenever you are around, she gets really shy and just kind of looks at you. And you can see she kind of looks down at Coral. Do you need anything? And Coral just
Nothing at all.
and then kind of looks like a piece of jewelry that you're wearing. Just that's very pretty.
This. Such a
It makes your eyes look like stars.
It does. Hold on one moment, actually. She goes through the little jewelry that she just dumped and finds the matching pair. It's probably like a little like necklace that has like little constellations on it. So it's like little star
Yeah.
earrings, little studs. And she looks at Lady Laurel and goes, "May I?"
Oh, sure. That's yeah.
Here you go. And she just goes and like puts the little studs into her ears.
Mhm.
Oh my god. Picture perfect. Here you go. Look. Pulls out her little compact and like shows it to her.
Yeah, I think you can see she like looks at her reflection and her cheeks immediately turn really pink. And she kind of does that thing that kids do where she like shrinks into it a little bit, but she has this huge smile.
Oh.
Thank you.
Of course. Anything for you. Fit for a royal, honestly. I should have given them to you from the start.
Just like kind of like shrugs in a little bit against Laurel in a very like you're the nicest person I've ever met and I don't know how to respond to that kind of way, but just like looks up at you with these big eyes with the long eyelashes.
Oh god. So cute. So cute. My goodness. Well, I'm heading off, Elise.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Fantastic. Was there anything else that we all needed?
Laura's kind of looking between you. I think we're all right.
All right. Okay. All right. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Going to
for your
find Locke.
kindness.
See you soon.
Great.
Bye.
Bye. Absolutely. So you're heading off to find Lark. Lark is about 15 feet away talking to the Herald. So you can absolutely go do that.
And how comprehensive is this list exactly?
Well, of course it changes as more people arrive. So we'll be updating it throughout the next few minutes. But it seems like the bulk of the crowd has arrived. Is I think about 25 people.
Okay, great, thank you.
Of course. Anything you need.
kind of like adjusts their aware of like the filling room and the more crowded. They kind of like they've gone from how they were around their sister, that kind of like slightly scatterbrained, like talkative person, and now they're very much like settling into this like very stoic, quiet person, which is kind of the person that most of the court is familiar with.
Yeah, I think you hear her heels before they come up to you. And they come up, they turn and see where you say, "Oh, Lark, how are you?" Oh, excuse me, Your Highness. How are you?
Miss Angela, well, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just here to give you a little once over to make sure you look all right before everybody starts coming in. Is that blood on your collar?
This?
Yes.
Is it? I had a little bit of an accident with the pin. It's
I see. Come on over. And she like goes and like tries to like correct the collar a bit, pops it up a little bit more than it needs to. You probably feel like it is up to your chin at this point. And she like digitates it away. All right. Let's see. That looks a lot better. Were you? I don't know. I don't know why it's missing something. A crown. Do you have your crown? Where is it?
I think I'm wearing it.
This is the one that you. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good.
This one?
Yes, I think that's great. Yes.
Is there another one I should be wearing?
No, I think it's perfect. I think it's great.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. I had made something for you for your next event. It's a little, it's a little razzle dazzle that's in it. I don't know if you'd want. It's dancing lights, is the spell that I've used for it. Is that
in what context? Like,
just like a little room, just like transitioning into a new outfit. Is what I was thinking.
But I have an outfit on.
No, not for this event. I think if you do a little bit, if you show off a little bit too much here, it's just not very.
Of course, this isn't really the place.
Yes, boring people would find it crass. So.
Right.
Rude.
Okay. Well, next event then.
Next event. Okay, great. I think you'll like it. It's very toned down.
Dancing lights. It's maybe it's more alias thing. With the
yes,
sun.
it's a matching ensemble.
Oh, it's matching
together. Yes, because you're married.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. No problem. I'll be in the viewing area if you need anything. Okay.
I don't, but thank you.
Sure. She turns and heads off to the viewing area.
Absolutely. Are you staying on like the lower level with the nobility, or are you going up into the like main view, the like sectioned off a little bit viewing area?
Ooh. Who's in the section off viewing area?
That's the section that's typically open to like anybody. Like people who aren't nobility are welcome to come in from Acorn or from wherever they're traveling from and just observe on receiving days. And so most of them who wouldn't like have a title or connection worthy of being like amongst the nobility will be up here. Also, you would know a lot of like Drake speakers, arcane inquisitors, like members of like nobility adjacent professions, even though they can stand down in the bottom level, tend to prefer to be up at the top because it's just more casual, less eyes on you. You can kind of lurk and observe more than like being amongst the people who like the showboating of enjoying the gossip.
Yeah. I think
and you would be welcome in either because of your position at court.
I think she would go where the nobles are right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can. People are sort of like starting to come and like really mix in now. Absolutely. You can see like a couple people that you know who are here very often. Actually, you know what? Just for fun, make me a little perception check if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Just as a little treat.
I don't know where my dice are going to. I keep dropping them,
Mm-hmm.
and the ground is eating them. They're like disappearing.
Oh, no.
Okay, you said perception?
Yes, please.
Alrighty. Okay, that's a 21.
21. Yeah, you can see very familiar faces kind of wandering in now. You can also see stepping in amongst the crowd now her signs who are stepping in brand new outfits for the day. Very clean, very over accessorized. And you can see, like, as they do, sort of like pinched faces kind of surveying this older couple. You can see that instantly the nobles in the room kind of look and lean in to start whispering with each other, and you see like kind of laughter hidden behind hands. The other thing, because that's an excellent role that you see as you look around, is having just stepped in and sort of standing off to the side and talk, is a couple that is very familiar to you. You see Marigold speaking with her new husband, Hand of the King, Leander Payne, who also holds a place of high privilege on this.
I was just freaking out at James's DMs about this.
Oh, is that? Oh my god, I have 8 DMs. Sorry, I didn't see that.
It's
That's my
just
bad.
me going, wait a minute, I just read pain? Like pain?
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's normal. And you can see they're wearing like complimentary collars to each other, and they seem to be having like not a like overly affectionate conversation, but like a very polite and friendly conversation off towards the front of the room. They don't seem to have noticed or shown any interest in who else is here. In fact, they are pretty much kind of the only nobles who don't immediately start gossiping when her signs enter, and that's probably how you notice that they're there.
I think Camille like fixes her dress a little bit and just makes like pats her hair down, make sure it's all tucked away, any strays or whatnot, and stands up straight, pushes her shoulders back, and just walks up to the couple.
Sure, absolutely. So you can walk up to them. Sorry, I didn't expect that. Let me grab my notes so quickly. I love it though. It's great. So you walk up. Let me just kind of describe. So Marigold is a sister of a specific Poppy that you might know if you watch some of our other shows on the channel. And if you don't, that's okay too. So Marigold is this figure of like kind of like golden toned medium skin, very bright honey colored eyes and hair that is sort of this like almost like strawberry blonde, but with highlights of that same kind of gold. Marigold is the second daughter to the Elms, who are the like noble family of the Summer Court. And as such, she doesn't bloom a lot of flowers lately, but there are a few like sunflowers kind of tucked towards the back, and she's wearing a very fine but like simple dress. And she is speaking to her husband, Leander Payne, uses he, they pronouns. He has like very fair skin, kind of like high cheekbones, like medium length straight black hair that's been slicked back. There's like one little like very scoundrel's the only word I could think of, and it's not that strong, but like one very like debonair strand of hair kind of like hanging down into his eyes. He's also dressed very nicely. He has these like stormy silver eyes. He's broad-shouldered, very respected at court, you would know. Of the Hand of the King, as his position would imply. And as you walk up... Oh, did we lose somebody, or is that Tempo?
I think that was Tempo.
Interesting. Tempo said, eat shit. Anyway, that's fine. I'll just fix that while I'm talking. As you walk up, they both kind of like look over to you, and Leander sort of gives you this like bright and fairly genuine smile, and Marigold gives you a smile that is much tighter. And he goes, oh, lovely to see you.
Hi, okay. First, two questions. I'm trying to find it in the little doc. Do they have titles?
Okay. Yes. So the Leander's title is Hand of the King. He like any variation of like some people use like my lord hand. Lord obviously has some like prince princess connotation, so it's not super common. But typically we'll just refer to him as like the hand of the king. That kind of stuff. Her new title is Viscountess because of her marriage. She has married up.
I think when she was walking, though, I think what
Yeah.
she did was like make eye contact with someone like across the way,
Mhm.
and was pretending to walk towards them, and sees
Sure.
them as like, oh, Viscountess, hi, how are you? And
Hello, Camille,
you.
Miss Angelo. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Of course.
And he sort of like holds out a hand and says, I know that we run in similar circles, but I don't believe we've actually had a chance to meet. You can call me Leander. Very nice to meet you. I've heard wonderful
yes.
things.
Yeah. Oh, have you? She like puts her
Yes.
hand on theirs and nice to meet you too. Yes, Camille Angelo. It's very
Does it
nice to make
surprise
your
you that I've heard
acquaintance.
good things? You seem like a very charming figure.
Oh, you know, sometimes when you're younger, you've been grown up on the estate. You have old, silly things attached to your name. Like, I can't shake this one little thing I did when I was 11 years old. So sometimes people say I'm a scoundrel because of it. You know.
I see. Well, you've piqued my interest. You must share what it is that you've done. That's so.
Oh no, it's
horrendous.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I wouldn't dare. I shouldn't dare
Well,
actually. But you know, it is a shame that we don't know each other too well. I hope we bump into each other more. You know, get to know each other.
I hope so as well. Yes.
Mhm.
Kind of like holds out his arm for Marigold, and Marigold like takes it and looks at you and kind of looks at him and looks back at you. Yes, we would love to have you for dinner sometime. Maybe if you're. I know you're very busy, but just if you're.
I am very
Available.
very busy schedule. But I could see something. Maybe I could squeeze it in at some time. I have to. There's
Great.
just so many events. But I will
Great.
let you know. I'll call you on your.
Please
Yes.
do. Yes,
Sure.
just let us know your schedule, and I'm certain that Leander can also make some time.
That sounds lovely.
Schedule. Great. We'd love
I
to
have
have
to
you.
go. Yeah, of course.
Oh,
I have to
of
go
course.
though. Somebody
Of
else
course,
is
right.
calling my attention. But you guys have a good day. Okay.
Very nice to meet you again, Miss Angelo.
You as well. You're very kind.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, best of. Oh, goodbye.
Yes, sure. Bye. She just keeps going.
You see, they kind of exchange a look that not like a shit talky look, but just sort of like a kind of look. And yeah, you can continue walking. We're gonna kind of pull back from you to check in with our other friends. Before we do, though, if possible, I'd love to take a super quick trip to the mid screen so I can fist fight Tempo in a parking lot.
We'll
See
be
you in a
right
second.
back.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience. It's not a Starlight Tale stream if we don't have a little technical difficulty as a treat. We are going to pick up right where we left off. My good friends Oliver and Luca, what are we up to?
I think Luca, kind of comes into the room and is looking for Margot and also looking for Oliver.
Sure. Well, would you like to wait until we find out what Oliver's doing, or do you want to
Yeah,
go?
we can
You
wait.
find. Cool. Oliver, how's it going, brother?
I think Oliver. That's a great question. How is it going? I think Oliver like stopped to let Jeffrey out for a little bit, right? Like changed
Sure.
in Camille's room, like took a nice little lap around the gardens with Jeffrey.
Yeah.
And then is sauntering back in at this time. So maybe like Luca's coming from one entrance and like Oliver's coming in from another. Like a respectable, I'd say like 5 minutes earlier than he needed to be there, which is still earlier than it was gonna start. But like,
Sure.
not so early that he seems like an asshole, but not so late that they seem like an asshole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
So, Luca, you see your good friend Oliver approaching you.
I think she like quickly like walks up to Ollie.
Yeah, Stuart, what's up?
Right. Do you have the bird?
Gestures vaguely to the bird.
Okay.
This one or a different one?
No, I think that's the one.
Kind of like pokes his head out from underneath your collar.
Yeah, he's always
Just
with
looks.
me.
Hi. I was looking for my sister too, cause she wants to meet Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
I always forget. Yeah, she wants to meet that because if I let her meet him, then I get to see the baby dragon.
Wait, I want in on the
Yeah.
deal.
Do you want to come see it? I'm sure
It's
you
my
can.
my bird. I feel
It's
like
your
I should
bird.
be able to reap the benefits of this arrangement that you've made.
I'm sure they'd be cool with that. So,
Fuck yeah, I want to see a baby
Yeah.
dragon. Yeah, where's your sister?
no.
You would know. You cannot see them at this moment, but you would know it is very likely that if your sister is here already, she's on the higher level. No fucking way they're going near that collection of
I knew it.
nobles and shit.
You know, they're probably at the top. She doesn't like the huzzah.
I have,
Then
to, I
I
have
don't
to be
really-
down here. I can't go up there.
Fuck.
You
Okay.
can. It's just. Oh, okay. No, I just wanted you read the player to know that you can go up there if you
I
want
figured
to.
I could go kind of anywhere I want.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay.
What a predicament we're in.
I will go get her.
Okay, great.
Bring down here, ready with the bird,
Yeah,
and then we get to.
great.
It's a plan.
Great.
We're really good at this.
Looking forward to it. Go team. Puts a hand out.
Go team.
Great.
Okay.
You guys shake very formally, and Oliver, you hear from behind you like whispers of the nobles of like, did they make a deal? What deal are they making? Is it from the king? It's like little whispers.
Ugh. Ew. All right.
It's a
I'll be
big
right back.
show of bowing as you turn away.
Sure. Absolutely. So, Luca, you're going up top looking for
Yeah.
your sister? Absolutely, you
sister.
can do that. Your sister! So you walk up the stairs and you can see this space. It's like not a small amount of space, but it is very narrow and long. And so you can see like it's not packed yet, but you do kind of have to like weave through people. And pretty close to the like the entrance to that throng is not only your sister, but also your sister. Both of your sisters
Both of them.
are talking. Would you like to tell us a little bit what Georgie looks like? Your eldest sister?
Yes, Georgie. Georgie is the oldest sibling. She's very serious. Kind of tall, lanky, same skin tone, but has like a golden aura about it. And she has these emerald eyes with the middle part. I can never pronounce it. And the tips of her fingers look like they're made of like emerald stone. And I think her wings are probably darker, like an ashy gray color. And yeah, she is an arcane exquisitor, right? Inquisitor. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Georgie is sort of like in the way that like Margot is very much like arms crossed, leaning against the wall, looking mildly uncomfortable. Georgie is standing like straight up, shoulders back, chin high, wearing a lot of tones of like blue and gold, which is the like typically kind of there isn't a uniform in the Arcane Inquisitors, but a lot of them sort of dress similarly. It's sort of like wizard chic. I would like a lot of like robes with like structured shoulders and high collars, and that's sort of the energy that Georgie is dressed with. And you can see they're sort of like, they seem to be just like chatting. They don't seem to be talking about anything serious. But as you walk up, Margot goes, "Hey, there she is, Stuart. Some of the people in this area kind of like look over to see what's happening, and then they see that it's just like a guy and go back to looking down. Hey! You bring the bird?
The bird is down there. I just told Ollie that you were gonna come see the bird.
Can it like fly up here or something?
I don't know if it can fly, to be completely
It's a
honest.
bird.
I know, but if you come see them, they just look so pathetic. I don't know how else to describe.
Georgie, who's been kind of looking between the two of you, goes, "Sorry, a bird? What bird?"
Georgie, my friend Oliver has this bird with a bowl cut, and he's piss yellow. So
On purpose?
ugly. Yeah. I don't know if Ollie just came with the bird, like their package deal, like maybe when they were born.
Right.
I don't know. Anyways. Glad to see you here. You came to see me, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I looks over at Margot, who's like got a shit-eating grin on their face. Well, as an inquisitor, I am not required, I guess, to be here. We kind of like pull straws to see who comes and observes, because like none of us really like the bureaucratic stuff. But it was my turn to come, so I'm here to watch. But in a much realer sense, I am here to see you because you are here, contractually.
Yeah.
Margot kind of goes, "Whoa! All right, there's suddenly not enough air in the room.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go see this. Hey, Georgie, you want to come see this fucking bird, Georgie? Sure.
Yes,
I love birds.
Georgie, please.
Birds are great. They fly.
Yeah, Georgie. Okay, we know that. Okay.
Yep.
You can come downstairs. Come down the stairs with me.
Great. Yeah, I love being downstairs. That's great for me. Sick.
Luke is gonna drag both of their hands and pull them
absolutely
through the crowd.
Absolutely, you can. Absolutely. Whatever you're about to say, yes, you can do.
Okay.
You can do anything you want.
When kind of Luca goes upstairs, I think Lark is kind of scanning the room and kind of spots Oliver and waits for Oliver to kind of like make eye contact, and it's just kind of like gives him a bit of a nod, like a.
Oliver, who was actually looking for Lark,
Great.
makes eye contact
Nice.
immediately, and just very coolly and chilly makes his way over to you.
Did you just make a deal with Luca?
I think she's trying to set me up with her sister.
Oh. How, congratulations. Is that something you want?
I don't know. I've never met their sister, so maybe.
Okay. No, never mind. I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Is my crown okay?
I'll look up at it. What's the situation with the crown?
I wish I knew. Miss Angela was just being weird about it.
Oh, Cammy's just Cammy.
Right.
You know.
But what does that mean?
It means that her taste for herself and her taste for you are two conflicting forces that live inside her at any given moment in time. And sometimes one tries to take control over the other and she has to shove it down. And
Right, okay, but see, she's the crown jeweler, and she made this.
She did,
and
it's
then was
beautiful.
like, where's the other one? And as far as I know, she's never made me another one, so,
It's a surprise.
Oh.
She's working on
Really?
a second one. Yeah. Well, you gotta have multiple.
Do I?
Yeah.
I've only ever had one.
Well, I mean, like, just because her dad only has one doesn't mean you only have to have one.
It's not about that. I'm just quite attached to it.
Okay, well, do you want me to say something to her about it?
No.
So do you want me to not do anything?
No, yeah. I just...
Okay. Hey, look at me. You look great. You look great.
Okay.
You're going to do a great job today with whatever it is that you need to do, so don't even worry about it. I'll give you a wink, and I'll give you a die of bardic inspiration.
I'm gonna like squint at you. Okay, thank you.
It's a D10.
Okay.
And I will
Fine.
be here. So if you ever need someone to laugh, just look at me and I'll make a funny face.
I don't want to laugh.
Then
Laughing
don't look
would
at
be
me
really.
at all.
But okay, I won't look at you.
No, you can't. No, you can look. Okay.
Okay.
Good talk.
Yeah. How are you?
You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
Can't complain. Could complain. Probably not going to. Well, maybe. Jury's still out.
Well, today's actually the day for it, if you want to.
Oh, should I get in line?
Please don't.
Okay. I'll just air my grievances directly to you.
Oh, okay. I can set
I
up
don't have
something.
any grievances, Locke.
Okay, thank God. Okay,
Yeah, I'm fine.
great. Well,
You want to come
Good luck.
be a wingman? Pun intended?
but you've got a bird.
Yeah, but that was the joke, because they're coming down to see the bird.
Oh, do you want my help?
I mean this in the nicest way possible. Always.
Okay, then, I kind of looks at a clock again. I have some minutes to spare.
Yeah, come on. And we'll start walking away, just like convince Larkus behind him towards where like the stairs, I guess, to get to the different levels are.
Yeah, absolutely. The crowds as you walk through this like now filling room of nobles where you are parts because Lark is with you. Like truly, it's insane. I mean, Lark is behind you, so it's kind of wild to just watch like 100 people go right in your path. But because of that clearing, you see as Luca drags her two sisters down onto the stairs. Luca, you also see the crowd part.
I see Lark coming to, and I go, oh god. Hi, Your Highness, Majesty, Lark.
No.
That was James.
Highness. Okay. Well, this is Margot.
Margot
this...
and Georgie, yes.
you-
I've heard so much about you.
Georgie gives you a very deep and formal bow, and Margot like looks at her and looks at you and kind of like just real quick. Very nice to see you, Your Highness. Georgie kind of says. Margot, amen.
Yeah.
Your Highness, hello, Your Highness. You look great. You look great today.
Thank you. Lark looks at Georgie and goes, have you met my friend Oliver?
I'm obsessed with your mind. I guess it's a question. Oliver, do you think you've met Georgie in the past? Georgie's a very high level, like a top level, pretty much, Arcane Inquisitor.
Probably not as Oliver.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Kind of like looks from you. Oh, a very nice. Hi. Sorry. Inquisitor Georgie LeFay. Very nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Oliver.
Oliver is
Who is this?
a bard.
Oh, I am a bard. Yes, I am a bard. That's true. That is what I do.
Oh, that's great. That's
A very good one.
Thank you so much.
Great. Like music or like
Yes,
other stuff.
music and other things.
Well, Margot
Amazing.
wanted to
If
meet
you
the
require
bird.
a companion for the evening, Oliver, I understand is free. And...
No, Your Highness, actually, Margot wanted to meet Oliver's bird.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Margot looks at Georgie, whose like cheeks are like now so bright. Okay. Nice to meet you. I hear you've got a crazy looking bird. Respectfully.
Oh. Okay, is that what you've heard?
I heard it's got a bowl cut.
Looks over at
Yeah.
So true. Oh, Jesus.
Looks over at Luca. Is that what you've told them?
Yeah, you
Well,
have
now
a
she's
Sorry,
bird.
was I not supposed to say that about the bird?
No,
now she's
it
gonna be
has its
disappointed,
objectively
'cause
true,
My
so.
bird's just, he's nothing special.
Oh, well, Oliver's great too. Ollie's like right hand man to people here and works really hard.
Sure.
Thank you.
Luca doesn't know
Anyway,
what's going on here. It's just like, yeah,
yes, I do
you're
have
super
a bird.
cool.
However, looking at Margot, I hear there's been some sort of deal that's been made in exchange for this introduction.
Locke immediately whispers in your ear, "You said there was no deal."
I at the same time leans into Luca. Oh, you telling my secrets, kid?
No, I didn't mean to. I wanted to be convincing. So
Yeah, kind of like makes a big show of looking around and then leaning in. Couple of newborn dragons. I know a guy. The guy's me. I know myself, and I'm a Drake speaker.
And
So
now
I
I
can-
know you. What a joy for me.
You do. I feel like the other. I don't know. I haven't met this bird yet, though. That was the other side of this deal.
Well, if I were to continue this conversation
Uh-huh.
down that
I'm
road,
so sorry to interrupt. Can I just check that no exchange of the dragons are royal property?
yeah,
and
no, I'm
and
not
I
gonna take the
Oh
dragons.
no, Your Highness. Of course, I would never. I just to see him. You are. You can also come if you'd like to. They're real tiny. They're
Sorry,
babies, so.
what are we doing?
I just want to meet the bird.
Margot wants to meet the bird. Then when Margot meets the bird, I get to see the baby dragons.
And I want to see the baby dragons.
Capiche?
See only, not take.
No.
Not
See,
take.
Only see.
Margot said I can't even take one
I'm not,
because
we're
they're
not gonna
royal
take any.
property.
Yes, I did say that specifically in those words.
Look, isn't
Yeah.
your dad gonna be here soon?
Yeah, Lark.
Yes, sure.
We should
Sorry
probably.
for-
No.
Yeah, I
No,
know
no,
I
no.
will. Lovely to meet you, Georgia and Margot, and
Yeah, you too, Your Highness. Yes.
I'll be there in 30 seconds, and we can
You're
go.
fine.
We can meet him together.
yep, okay.
Okay. Great.
If you ever require anything, magic, you're very good at casting magic.
He's
I'm
great. He's the
Inquisitor.
best.
I'm Inquisitor stuff. So if you need anything, let me know.
I will.
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
so
I already said that.
You're doing good, Georgie.
Thank you. I'm trying really hard. I'm not good at talking to people.
No, you're doing great.
Thank you.
Can I just have I seen Camille in this room at all at any point? Like, at what time is this conversation happening?
You know what? I would say, yeah. I think
Okay.
you can see Camille off in the corner talking to the Hand of the King and
Okay,
his
great.
wife.
I think, Camille, you hear in your head as a message comes to you from Oliver going, I always try to bring him into social situations, and then he fucks up, and then he looks like a kicked puppy, Camille. What do I do with the kicked puppy for a king?
Well, that's you pick the people you hang out with, Oliver, and you just have to guide him through the conversation,
It's
right?
always so bad. He got a name wrong, Camille. He got a name wrong.
Oh my God, Oliver, you typically don't care. Were you flirting?
No, shut up. I have a bird I have to introduce. It disconnects from that message link in their brain. You can hear the proverbial phone hanging up and turns back to the conversation. So, this is Jeffrey.
Oh, what a little guy. So I have. Do you cut it like that?
No.
Does it grow like that?
They just grow like that.
Oh, what kind of kneels down in a very dad stance, hand on the knees to get at eye level? Aren't you just a little guy, huh? Whoa. I'm obsessed. I just met you. I hope this isn't rude. I'm kind of obsessed with your bird here. He's entrancing to look at.
It's pretty neat. And not rude at all. Is quite the creature.
Yeah. I've never seen a bird like that. And I've seen a lot of birds. A lot of them.
They're special.
Good
They grow
bird.
their feathers on that pattern on their head, and only some of them do, not all of them.
Oh. Kind of leans in a little bit. Good work, little dude. And you see kind of moves his head to look up at her a little bit, and the bob just twists and then looks back at you, and the bob goes the other way.
Oh, and he sings with me too.
Does he? Do you sing? Oh yeah, you're a bard. You just said that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not good at this stuff. Nice. That is he a good singer? He seems like the
Jeffrey?
I was quiet type. Not a judgment though.
No.
Me too.
Great.
Oliver could sing you a song sometime.
I sing a lot of songs.
Okay.
For
Yeah.
a lot of people at a lot of places.
Just
Right.
recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah. You ever looking for
Will
a
you-
musician?
Oliver, will you do me a favor? Will you just make me like a flat charisma check here? Because you're being a little arrogant, and I just don't know which side of the coin we're falling on here. And that's okay. I James think it suits you.
It's a 23.
23. Okay, yeah, you kind of see there's like a moment where like the brows furrow, and then like one corner of her mouth kind of upturns. Wow. Well, sounds like we're very lucky that you're here, so you can know how to do all things really well
Well, you know,
and know everyone.
not everybody, just a lot of
Oh.
people.
Right. Well, that's true. You didn't know me until just now, so lucky you, I guess.
Oh, my life was so much worse before than it is
Ah,
now. Because
mhm.
of it, so.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, the stables are walking distance from the estate, so you could have earlier. I'm just saying.
My loss.
Kind of like smirks a little bit and like looks you up and down very clearly, and then looks back over to Luca. Are you staying down here? I'm gonna go.
You leaving?
I'm
work
gonna be in
and-
here. I get squirrely surrounded by all these people and their nice things.
Okay, fine.
What,
Yes,
do you
I'll be
want me
down
to
here.
stay? Are you
No,
gonna
you
miss
can
me?
go.
I might.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, you're
probably
welcome
should.
to join with the other, kind of like does a very extravagant and like clumsy bow. Non-nobility, if you would ever deign yourself to be amongst the unwashed masses. I'll be up there, so.
I'll think about it.
But like very clearly teasing, not in like a mean way. Yeah.
It was a pleasure, and I look forward to meeting those dragons.
Right, I'll give Luca the information before I head back today.
Great.
Gotta be subtle though. Can you be subtle?
I'm cool.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Subtle's my middle
Well-
name.
That feels true. Well, I'll see you both later. Kind of like goes to give like a salute, and then that's not appropriate.
I can't do a handshake either because everyone will talk. So just
Right. Yeah.
thumbs up.
Okay. Well then, I guess I'll just kind of like turns on her heel, hands on the hips, looks at the group of nobles who are like pretty crowded in at this point, who all just like look at them and goes, "All right, everybody. You know the drill." Just walks straight through them and nobody moves. So it's like very awkward, like not like shoulder bumping, but like just shy of it. Just plows through.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
And here's the question that I want to figure out: is do I think that she'll think it would be okay if Jeffrey were to follow her up and sit with her for this whole thing?
Sure.
Do I think that she would think that is cute or creepy?
I
And
think
do I need
without
to
a
roll
check,
about it? Okay.
I think without a check, based on just the pure like fascination on his face when they were looking at him, I think they would consider it like kind of cheeky, but like in a charming way,
Okay. Great.
and would very happily spend the next couple minutes, hours, whatever, with
I
not hours.
will
with-
hold
with
Jeffrey
your
in
boys.
my palm. Don't fuck this up for me, okay?
Looks at you very intently through the veil of this hair and just
Presses a really tiny, dainty, gentle kiss to his.
does that thing where like
Full
head
cut.
kind of shrinks into his
Yeah.
body
Oh,
as you lean down to
yeah.
do it, and then just like stays there.
Be free. And I'll just like toss him into the air in the direction of Marco.
He like you toss him in the air, and there's just a second when you go, "Oh my god," because he like goes down a little too low and then catches himself, and some of the nodals. I like to stick the her signs like in a conversation. You hear just like a "oh" as he gets like way too close to their face and flies up.
In Camille's
Lucas-
brain, she hears, "Oh, I think the Hersigns hate animals too."
I saw that. I'm taking notes.
Great. And I'll turn and I'll walk over to wherever Lark is waiting for Ambrose, and I will wait with him.
Sure.
Where am I? Do I have a throne that I sit in? Where do I
You
stand
don't have
for
a
this?
throne, but
Okay.
you do have sort of like a unspoken place beside the throne of the king.
Okay, I'm just standing there then, looking so
Sure.
fucking dejected.
I'll come
Oh.
pat him on the back. You did great. You did great. I think she was into it.
Wrong sister.
I'm not picky.
Yeah. That's okay. Okay. Sorry, but
No.
my mistake.
No. Everything was. I'm gonna go meet the dragons. So.
Great.
You hear from him today?
No.
Insight check.
Sure.
Okay.
Did you hear from them?
Him.
Oh, I thought you said them, and I thought you were talking about Rose. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. I said
Oh.
him as in Ambrose.
Oh, then Lark goes, we have, yep, I met with His Majesty shortly before. And he will be joining us shortly.
Cool.
Have you spoken?
James, have I talked to him today?
You tell me.
Probably.
You can.
I feel like we have a daily check-in.
Sure.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
You know, Dave always wants more spell slots.
Dave, yeah.
Yeah.
Did he... No, never mind.
What? No, say it.
He allowed Luca to hang a poster of his own face in his office.
That's funny. It's a funny joke.
I'm not laughing.
Like the ones that she's been hanging up in the hallway.
Yes, the one that says, like, do good, do better. I don't know.
And he had all his wits about him.
I don't know. I don't assume Lady Steward is has the kind of magical prowess to charm the Archfey.
Huh.
Arcanely, anyway.
Damn it, I should have asked for that raise this morning. Maybe he's just in a good mood. I like to think he may be capable of it.
Anyway.
And I think, like, Lark stands there in an awkward silence while Oliver stands there in a comfortable one.
Okay, great. Just
Obsessed with that.
fidgeting.
Just before we begin our receiving day processions, Elise, are you up to anything? You doing anything fun? You just hanging out?
I think Elise is, like, as various, important people come in, will kind of, like, nod and do pleasantries. I think probably is, like, she has, like, a little notebook with her that she's taking notes, and she's, like, ripped a page out and handed that and an extra pen to Coral to, like, doodle.
Yeah.
But I feel like for the most part, Elise has just kind of accepted her fate that she's gonna be here trapped with other people for a little bit, and is
Sure.
just like, yeah, no, hi, yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, the path out pretty full of people at the moment.
Mhm.
Like you could. It'd make a scene though, probably.
Yeah, I kind of like has checked and like almost did, and then like someone was in the way, and so like checks again, but then it's even more full, and like the opportunity has passed. You're stuck.
Sure. Yeah, I imagine you make like awkward eye contact every now and then with like a noble who just happened to be looking in your direction. You get like a very polite kind of nod.
Yep. You feel like the wrinkles on her face are getting more and more pronounced with the stress of being in a room of people.
After a few moments of this, Laura will kind of like reach out and place a very like hesitant, gentle hand on your arm, on your forearm, and just like squeeze a little and give you a very like warm smile of like very clearly like motherly. It's gonna be okay, but also just looks so happy that you're here. Truly.
Just kind of like settles in a bit. Yes, it's going to be so okay. But if you know, you need to leave because of a pregnancy emergency, I've got your back. Yes, I'm ready
wonderful
to
to know. I will
Yes.
definitely keep that in mind in case I need to. And of course, if young Coral needs to leave for any reason, I'm certain I could entrust her care to you.
Absolutely, yes. Just
Thank you for being such a kind friend to the family, Elise.
my lady. Kind of does a fake
Yeah,
little
she
bow.
like flushes just a little bit, but like the grin stays in place. Also, a few minutes before everything starts, Caspian does return with several different pastries and tarts of different shapes and sizes in hand, gives his wife first choice, and then Lark will kind of like very like not awkwardly because of you, but awkwardly because there's like 200 people at least combined staring, just waiting, and so he kind of like very awkwardly goes up on the steps and hands you like a croissant. No.
I think, like, as they're approaching, they're like, just kind of looks at the clock, is like,
Okay, you could put it in your pocket if you want to, and then just take a little.
Ambrose will smell it, I will die.
Okay, I'll just hold on to it then, off to the side, so when you're finished, first thing you can do is eat a lovely, I think this is an almond croissant?
Oh god.
Bad choice. No
No,
almonds?
No, I'm
I do so
famished,
hit.
actually.
Looks over at Oliver. Hey, you're sneaky, right?
No, I really, he's gonna come up in any minute. It's totally fine.
I have a question, James.
Yeah.
The thing that you gave me, just
Yes.
for me, or can I bring a friend?
I'll say you can bring a friend because I think it's a really cute use of that here. So I make no promises for the future, but here, yeah, I think it's fine.
Great.
We'll say you can bring one person with
Great.
you.
Looks at Lark. Are you hungry? Do you need to eat? You can't.
I'm fine.
You can't stand up. No, don't lie to me. You can't stand up here for hours on end and not have eaten anything. Have you not eaten anything today?
It's really not good for you.
I can stand for so long, honestly.
Can I have the plate?
Yeah, it's not even a plate. It's like a cocktail napkin wrapped around a croissant.
Great. Can I have?
Kind of just like glances towards the crowd and then like tries
really-
almost hands it off to you like it's drugs or something illicit and kind of just
No,
tries to
I
very
feel like
subtly
everyone's
pass it to you.
This is really strange.
Do you trust me?
No?
Great. Puts a hand on your shoulder. The other hand is holding the croissant, and then with like the thumb of the croissant holding hand, like spins this like ring that they're wearing, that they always wear, that it's kind of like for the past 10 years, you've never seen them take off. And as he does that, you watch as the entire room kind of shifts around the two of you. And you're no longer standing in the receiving room. You are instead... Here's a question for you. How recognizable is like the rest of Everglen to Lark? What parts of Everglen has Lark been to and visited? How much would Lark know about the Everglen outside of Acorn and the Oaken Court?
I think probably very well, because Lark did not live in the palace until they were about 8 or 9 years old, so spent a lot of time where the common folk would live, and also since kind of training to become king has done a lot of excursions across all of Everglen, visiting all of the different courts.
So you would recognize this place as the forest surrounding a place in the Spring Court called the Wishing Loch. It's this small little lake There are lots of like deciduous trees that are just in like the fall season, so they're like just starting to change color. The sun is like just barely setting. It's at golden hour. You can hear like the distant sound of birds chirping and leaves rustling, and Oliver kind of looks around, takes a deep breath, and hands you the croissant.
Question: Has Oliver done this with Lark before?
Nope.
Okay, I think Lark's like, what are you doing? I need to go back. What is this?
It's okay. It's okay. Time is paused.
Okay.
We're in we're somewhere, and
I don't know where we are. We physically here? What is going on right now?
but I think it's sort of like an extra dimensional space.
Okay, am I gone from where I'm supposed to be?
No, time is paused there.
Okay.
So eat the goddamn croissant.
Right! Snatches it off you and fucking stuffs the entire thing in their mouth in the most unprincely display of hunger you've ever seen in your
I
life.
would start digging through my purse, my like man purse, to see if I have any other snacks. I'm pulling out like day-old almonds. I'm pulling out like literally anything I can find.
Lark is literally almost squatting on the ground because they are like so frantic in like consuming of this food. They're like, oh my god, this is the best croissant I've ever had in my life. When could you do that?
Pardon?
Excuse me. Since when could you do this?
While.
Okay,
I don't
that's
normally
useful.
bring other people with me. You looked hungry, so.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah, but, you know.
Are those almonds? Can I have some?
Yeah, please.
Real almond heavy interlude here.
Hey, it's good protein.
Yeah, so true.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think I ate a bit too quickly.
We're not in a rush.
You sure?
Yeah?
Okay. I really am sorry about the LaFay sisters.
No, don't even worry about it. Smoothed over.
Of course. Good at that.
That's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the almond sweats.
I don't think that's a thing, but like starts like airing like out under your underarms. We'll like look through the bag for deodorant, like put a little bit extra on there.
Like trying to loosen that collar, like so tight.
I know. The tight collars. Camille was really excited about them, but it felt awful when I was trying it on, so I don't. But you know, I don't.
You tried some.
What?
What?
You know
Did
me,
you
I'm
try
not
my outfit on?
Yes.
Okay. Odd.
It's easier to find time in my schedule for a fitting than yours. You never wondered why you never had to try on any of your outfits and they always fit perfectly.
I just assumed she was good at her job.
She is. So am I.
No. Yes, you are. Okay.
It's not too late to do a switcheroo. I'll receive people for you. You go run off and do whatever the fuck. I'm kidding.
Okay. Funny. But thank you. I'm not going to faint anymore.
Good, that would have been bad.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have my close good friend, Jess.
Yes?
Nope. Never mind.
Absolutely not. What was that?
Yeah, so true, man. So true.
I can't. Well, actually, maybe I'll just ask James this first. I have a spell.
Okay. Sure. I'm sure you do.
I have many.
Probably more than one.
So true. Many spells for many different occasions. I have a spell called Borrowed Knowledge, where it's a second level spell slot, and you can give someone proficiency in a skill that they lack for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, it's not someone. It's just you. It's supposed to only work on you. Can I
Right.
upcast it to 3rd level and cast it on Lark?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Jess,
Yeah.
what charisma skills does Lark not have proficiency in? Like persuasion? Do you have proficiency in persuasion?
I do.
Intimidation?
Here's the thing. Lark is
deception?
actually pretty charismatic. They are just so bad with other nobles. They do not have deception or performance.
Great. I'm going to give
Or-
you proficiency in performance for the next hour.
Okay.
Just kind of like as I'm fixing up your outfit, doing everything that I'm sure Camille very, very distinctly trained Oliver to do, because like she knows that at the end of the day, they're not going to be able to be right next to Lark, and Oliver will be. So she he prims the collar, smooths the shirt out, and will cast this spell on you to give you proficiency in performance for the next hour.
What was that?
A little bit of help.
Okay.
You're gonna do great. I'm not worried about it, so you don't have to be worried. No, actually, I'll worry for you, and then you don't have to worry at all.
Here's the thing. I wasn't worrying, and you've told me several times today that I shouldn't worry.
You
So-
kind of always look like you're worrying.
Do I?
No.
The eyebrows do the
No, you don't. I don't.
big puppy dog eyes go filled with worry. Do I really?
Sometimes, yeah.
God, how do I? Kind of furrows their brows a bit. Is this better?
No, you want to just very neutral, just like a subtle lift.
Lit.
Yeah, perfect. No, you do. It's a great job.
Okay.
And then you just you don't want to close your mouth all the way, but you don't want to keep it open. So it's just like a. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Question: Would you do the switcheroo thing? Luca wants to do a photo shoot with me, and I can't. I'll die.
Yeah, it's fine.
And you're good at that sort of stuff. But
Yeah.
don't do anything that I wouldn't.
No,
Don't do
I'll
any,
make you look like you.
Yes, but no, or anything like that.
I won't.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you for this.
Yeah. Next time, eat breakfast. And
I know, I just
twist
took
the
a
ring
photo.
again, and
Oh.
you watch as the images around you fade, and you get a chance to center yourself before things pick back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. You come back in this exact moment that you left. You see Caspian is still sort of half stretched across the stairs and looking at both of you expectantly. Are you gonna sneak off or something? Did you
Yeah, I got
have
it.
it in hand?
We're good. Thank
All
you.
handled.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my wife. If you need anything, you can probably find someone other than me, but I am also here. So,
Thank you. I don't know if you were saying that to me or to him, but I'm thanking you for the both of us.
mostly to my both really. Okay. And Caspian will kind of turn on his heel and go back. And pretty much the moment that Caspian is out of the way, you can kind of hear, so the room, both in terms of the balcony, which is sort of muffled to everybody down in the, I keep going to adjust my glasses and I'm not wearing them, to everybody down on the lower floor. But even the ballroom lower section is full to the brim now of people who are just so excited and waiting. And it's odd with all of the voices and conversation and some whispers, some loud laughter. It almost combines into something that is vaguely reminiscent of morning bird song to you. But whether that's sort of the acoustics or an enchantment to do so, you're not sure. Either way, what would normally be a very overwhelmingly loud room isn't. And just as sort of Caspian clears and both of you straighten again, the large doors at the back of the room, which are already open, are sort of pulled open the rest of the way to be flat against the wall. And the King's Guard there, who are these guards in gleaming, beautiful, brilliant golden armor emblazoned with the symbol of the oaks, which is a very large tree with a crown over top. Both with their like spears, kind of slam them on the ground in unison, and the whole room hushes and goes quiet. And all of you can see now standing in the doorway, or stepping into the doorway, are Ambrose and Flora. I know we haven't met Flora yet on stream, so Flora is a fairly lithe figure wearing this like beautiful, almost like blush-colored dress that just like hugs, is somehow like fluid in the fabric, but hugs her curves in just the most like beautiful, entrancing way. She has the same brown hair that Laurel has, and these big brown eyes that are very reminiscent of Lark's as well, and is wearing just this beautiful gleaming crown that is made of like golden metalwork flowers that somehow manage to look soft like flowers. And together, Ambrose kind of holds a hand out to Flora. Flora kind of places her hand in his. And as they walk through and essentially like carve out an aisleway in this room, you can see the door behind, which is like the open door, essentially, the main door to the estate, also opens. And behind follow about like 25 to 30 normal people. People from Acorn, people from the courts, some of which are dressed very finely and look like carrying papers like they're going to make some proposition. Some that are more just like run-of-the-mill dudes, like fantasy baristas and farmers and just like regular guys. And as the king and queen kind of lead them in and eventually settle down into their throne, Ambrose gives you a nod, Lark. And the whole room now is like wrapped on both the collection of people who are now waiting about like 20 feet away from the throne in a very formal line, and as well to the king and queen and you, Lark. They're also, man, there's a lot of people looking at you right now, huh? And as he sits, Ambrose kind of takes a moment with those like blue eyes kind of scanning the crowd in a very like, you know, it is impossible for him to make eye contact with every single person. But for a moment, all of you could like believe that maybe he is, with the like intention and slowness that he looks through this room and then up on the balcony. And then he says, "Thank you all for coming to another glorious receiving day. As always, it is an honor to have each and every one of you in our halls." And kind of looks over to Flora, who nods very gracefully and says, "Well, I could say a lot of pretty words, but I think we'd all rather we just get on with it. And you hear the crowd kind of like laughs. And in this moment, I think it's almost like, which I'm mostly saying to you, the players, but a little bit to the characters too. It's sort of this moment where it settles in that like Ambrose is an intimidating figure. Also very beloved by his people and can be warm and can be charming, and for some reason does not always choose to. We're going to kind of overview most of this group here, as I don't think anybody would like us to sit here as I roleplay each and every one of the individual 30 complaints and gifts. Oh, see, the thing, I mean, I guess I could, but I don't know. I feel like people probably have like plans or something. Oh, okay, great. So let me just pull out a list. No. So we are going to kind of overview a little bit here. It's a pretty good mixture, like I mentioned. The first in line is somebody that all of you who have been to these, even one more of these before, but especially those of you who have been to a few, recognize. This is probably the oldest man any of you have ever seen. This man is a farmer named Farmer Shrub. Farmer Shrub is an extremely old Eladrin, and that's saying something because Eladrin don't appear to be old very often. And Farmer Shrub today, just as he does on all receiving days, shows up bright and early at sunup to be the first in line. And he shows up and he makes a beautiful speech about how, "Your Majesty, it is an honor this day and every day to bend the knee to you and your beautiful wife." And then takes approximately 20 minutes to actually get on his knees with a series of groans and several helping hands from several guards and knights and the herald himself, till eventually he does so. And Ambrose, "Thank you as always for your loyalty, Farmer Shrub. It is an honor to see you here. every single receiving day. And Farmer Shrub takes an additional 20 minutes to get back to standing, passes off the same gift that he brings to every single receiving day and has for a long time, which is a gallon of fresh milk from his farm and a handmade blueberry pie made by his wife. Lark, you have never seen Ambrose or Flora eat, but my God, every 3 months, surely do get another one. And once his singular goal of bending the knee to his king and queen are complete, Farmer Shrub very easily hobbles off into the sunset and vanishes until the 3 months passes once again, and he returns to bend the knee. First one out of the gate, always an easy one. It's almost like a reliable first to sort of come out the gate with of, okay, I know this man, I know what he wants, nothing from me, and we're good. And yeah.
As soon as this pie appears,
Mm-hmm.
Lark's stomach gives this low growl of like indigestion, and they stiffen.
Ambrose's chin
can I roll to hear it?
Oh, you hear it.
Oh, great.
Okay.
I think Oliver's just gonna kind of turn and look, because I think Oliver's standing like to the side, like not with the family, but like to the side where everyone else who's like tangentially related is, and just kind of looks at Lark, and
Lark is staring straight ahead, not looking at anyone.
Ambrose's chin has like half turned in your direction, but the whole head doesn't turn, and it like straightens once again. You get the sense that like the nobles haven't heard it because you are at a distance from them, but you do hear off to the side Laurel kind of into her hand, and then excuse me, go back to her business. That is Farmer Shrub.
yay!
Icon. Thank you. No, please. Anyway, a good, like a healthy amount of the ones that follow are people who are like, I can't say shark tanking, but a little bit shark tanking, who have come to like pitch a plan or some piece of art or a project or an organization that they know the king needs and should invest in. Some of them are accepted, some of them are not, some of them are more legitimate than others, some of them are just a guy who walks in and says, "What if I did this?" And they go, "That's nothing," and he leaves. But anyone can notice that the requests that are approved and financed and move forward and are sent, like given the proper contact to fund that, are almost always the ones that Flora shows some kind of interest in, especially the art proposals. That's a big chunk of this specific group. Right in the middle, there's also like a really entertaining like 30-minute dispute between two best friends who one of them gave the goat as a birthday gift to the other friend, and then 2 months later they realized the goat was pregnant, and now the guy who gave the gift thinks that the guy should pay for the goat because he's actually getting more goats, and the other guy's like, "Fuck you, this was a birthday gift," and the first guy's like, "But I didn't mean to give you a bunch of goats, I meant to give you one goat," and it's just sort of back and forth and yelling and screaming and friendship falling out, and the nobles are like wrapped on this. This is like good fucking food for everybody there. And Ambrose sort of steps in to try and mediate, and they kind of yell over him, and the herald steps in, and it just becomes this whole entire mess. Lark, what's your response to that? You do anything? You just watch this unfold?
I have the solution.
Tell me about it.
You cut the goat in half. No, I'm kidding.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lark kind of takes the smallest of steps forwards and go, if I may speak.
Ambrose looks at you with a very like, yeah.
Okay, the goat was a gift and was given under the guise of such. The gift cannot be withdrawn. If we cannot reach an arrangement about the surprise goat, why not donate it to a different farm? I know of one in Acorn, and we can find it a good home, and we don't need to dispute over who owns it.
Make me a charisma check, and I'll say actually, because you have that buff to proficiency, I'll say make me a proficiency check with advantage. No, I'm so sorry. Performance. Another P word.
Okay. So what did I get? Did I get proficiency added to
Yes.
performance? Okay,
Mhm.
great. So that is 23.
23, yeah. You kind of see, like, these two kind of, like, scruffy-looking dudes who were, like, so in the middle of yelling at each other that, like, their hands are still kind of raised in this almost, like, comical frozen position. And the one who gifted the goat kind of looks at you and his friend and goes, right, well, I guess that's fine as long as he's not getting on my goats. But if it's for the good of the people and Everglade, I suppose I could be charitable enough to make a donation, so to speak, out of the goodness of me heart.
Incredibly generous of you.
Thank you, your Highness. Very kind of you to say.
I would recommend in future that matters of this nature be... It's a goat.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's my old business. You know, people come in, they pitch their business, so why can't I pitch my business, which is goats?
Of course.
Your Highness, respectfully, sir.
It's a goat that you gifted. I
The
think...
friend kind of, like, crossed arms, looks over and looks at you, like, and says, that's what I was saying.
I think in the matter of business and friendship, does the latter not always come before the former?
They kind of, like, look at each other, and you see this, like, really, like, moment of, oh, fuck, pass between them. And then looks back and goes, yeah, I suppose there's no real greater treasure than that of a good friend, right? And the other one looks and goes, yeah, man. I value your friendship more than any goat. And they kind of, like, you see, like, tears in the eyes a little bit. Now. Yeah, thank you, your Highness, for your wisdom. Couldn't have done it without you. Where should I put me goat? It's just tied up in the front. Do you want it? I can go get it and just leave it in here.
A guard will be round to collect the goat.
Right. Okay. Yeah. To both, like, very awkwardly kind of bow and straighten back up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, man, you want to go get a drink? And the other goes, yeah. And they, like, arm in arm go off and presumably remain friends forever. And the goat now belongs to the Yogan estate to be given to Andrew. And specifically, Ambrose kind of, like, looks up to you and gives you, like, an approving nod. I was like, yeah. And we'll turn back. The procession of, like, business proposals and, like, land disputes and just sort of, like, nothing of insane consequence continues on for probably another, like, hour. And finally, you reach the end of the line. Nobody stands in this walkway, and the herald kind of, like, closing the scroll in front of him goes, right, thank you all, as always, for coming, and then all of you at the back of the room, the very, very back of the room, hear, like, raised voices. And not like the clanging of metal in, like, a fight sense, but as if, like, there is guard movement happening at the back. Anyone who would like to see what that is, make me a perception check.
22.
22?
Also, my passive perception is crazy high. My passive perception is 25.
I also got a 22.
Hey!
10.
16.
Nice.
Sorry, I don't know why. Okay. But, okay, I got an 18.
18. All right. My friend with a 10, I think from your kind of, like, position in the room, especially because you're, I imagine, pressed slightly up on the back of this wall so that people leave you alone, you can't quite get a good vantage point over a bunch of, like, heads, essentially, because of where you are, but you can, like, make out those voices echoing down because you were in a slightly less populated area. My friends who got over a 15 to 20, and then do my friends who got over 20. friends who got over a 15, you can kind of like notice that one of the like royal guard, one of the knights kind of, who has been standing guard at not the first door that leads into the hall, but the second one that leads like into the monarch estate from the road in general. One of them is missing, and there's like an occasional sorry, I just moved so hard that my computer shook. Like glint of armor, so you can kind of make out like movement. You don't think he's missing, but he has moved from his post, and the other that is on the other side of the door, sort of like head turned outside as if monitoring, but not wanting to step out. My friends who got over a 20, you are in just the right vantage point, probably because you're on this slightly raised platform with a straight line of sight out. You can see the same thing with this guard missing, but you can also see that they're like just a slightly better angle of the guard who is like partway down a step to the side that leads down out to the road, and has like a weapon is not out or anything, but has like sort of his hands out like placatingly. And there is a very old woman in like a shawl almost, who is sort of like, you see like with a very like desperate is the only word I can think of expression, like speaking very earnestly to him in like a raised voice that you can't quite make out the words, and then like craning her head in the room and like pointing in the room and then turning back to the guard. They seem to be having like an argument essentially about whether or not she is allowed to come in. And the herald kind of stops and turns to look at you. And
I have the observant feat. Can I read?
You do have the observant feat. You absolutely can. Yeah. So you can sort of like just get a good enough glimpse of, you can't see the knight, but you can see her because she is facing the room. And you can see that she's saying, please, I know I'm late. It's just a long walk, and I can't wait another 3 months. And there you like cuts off, and you can kind of hear the voice of the guard, but you can't make out the word. And she says, I understand that they've been seen, but please, I really need to get in because I don't have another option. And this sort of like goes back and forth in a similar vein for a moment or two.
I'm gonna
the
walk
herald
over
kind
there.
of. Sure. Yeah, you can step off this platform and walk. The aisle is still clear. You can walk all the way down. It's like a good, 100 feet or so. So it takes you a second of a very long and dramatic walk. As you do, you kind of hear the herald and Ambrose himself, gently, placating the crowd of, apologies, just give us just a moment. And you can absolutely approach. As you approach, you can see that lady much clearer. She looks haggard. She has dark bags under her eyes. She looks exhausted, and she looks desperate. And you can see this guard is one that you have probably seen around because of his connection to Oliver. This is Zahavi, who is, you can hear, very politely, not being rude, but it's just very politely being ma'am, I understand the procession has ended, unfortunately. You can try waiting to petition the king at a later...
Are you
It kind of looks and straightens. You can see her eyes are filling with tears, and she looks at you and goes, "Oh, Your Highness, and sort of tries to bow, but can't quite. You can tell because of the pain that she's having, just from standing, and straightens. I didn't mean to make a commotion. I'm so sorry that I'm late. I walked from Heartwood to be here, and it's a very long walk.
It's a long walk.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I'm late. Please.
Here, and kind of offers his arm.
Yeah, absolutely. She looks like she could weep in this moment of kindness that you are extending her, and Zahavi kind of looks and gives you a nod.
Thank you so much.
Of course, Your Highness. Kind of take up his post, and the two of you can walk very slowly up this aisle. You see Ambrose is watching you with an expression of that is kind of unreadable, but isn't disappointment or anything, but it's just sort of observing you, and you get the sense that he's trying to piece together what is happening. And you are able to walk up. Do you stay with her at the position where people go to petition?
Yeah.
Great. Ambrose kind of looks down at her and says, ma'am, did you have something that you would like assistance with? Or, and she sort of as bracing herself on your arm, again, tries to do this deep bow, but you get the sense that doing this walk, probably beginning in the middle of the night because of what a long walk it is, like, she is struggling physically, and honestly, relatable. Sorry. And she kind of like nods and says, yes, I apologize. I need the assistance, please, of you and your fine court and your resources. And kind of like looks up to you, Lark, and looks back at the king. My daughter is missing and has been for 3 years, and I have begged anyone who would listen to find her, and everyone who has listened has said that there's nothing they could do, and I don't know what to do anymore, but you, all of you are incredible and resourceful and skilled and connected, and I know that I am just a person. I have no connection, no nobility, but I am a mother looking for her daughter very desperately, and I'm at the end of the line. Please. And then kind of like bows her head again. And I think in this moment, Ambrose like looks at her, and his eyes kind of flick to you, almost in like a, you've started this. Would you like to take it? Not in like a commanding way, just in a very like, the door is open if this is something you want to handle. If not, I can handle it.
I think Lark kind of meets that expression with just like a hint of like surprise.
Sure.
And then kind of turns back to the lady and says, I'm so sorry for your pain.
Thank you.
What was your daughter's name?
Her name is Wisteria.
Does that ring a bell?
I'm gonna say without a roll, no. I mean, like, probably a couple. It's not a super uncommon name, but no, like a Wisteria going missing does not spark anything in your mind.
Forgive me. We can help you.
You will?
I'm sorry the help has not been granted thus far. Kind of shoots half a glance at Ambrose, but it kind of maintains their focus.
Sure.
This is a matter that must be dealt with outside this day. But I will sit with you and I will find out everything we can.
Oh, all right. She left a note. If it's I don't know if it's helpful. This is why people, they think that she left of her own volition, but I know her, and I know that I don't know what's happened, but I know something has happened, and I know we've all kind of at this point turns to almost like address the crowd a little bit and says, we've all heard the stories, even if everyone says they're made up, but I know that they're true. I know it. I saw it when I was a little girl. My aunt started having these dreams, and one night I woke up and I saw her walk right out of the house, and before I knew it, she was gone, and we never saw her again.
Oliver is in Ambrose's mind, like, do you need me to cut this off? Do you need me to stop this? Like,
I think before even you can do that, or even like maybe at the same moment, Ambrose kind of like clears his throat a little and stands, not in like a harsh way, but in a like, and I'm pulling attention back kind of way, stands and kind of ma'am. And she stops and turns back to look at him with these wide eyes. You have my sincerest condolences for the time that you have spent missing a child. I know of this pain, and it is unbearable. My son has made a vow to you to utilize our resources to investigate the issue, and I trust that they will do so with the highest amount of honor and care, and if there is anything we can do to find her, it will be done. And looks at you. Right, Locke?
I think Lark is, at that sentence from Ambrose, their eyes drop to the floor.
Yeah.
And To anyone who would be watching like really closely, I don't know who this would be. It just
Sure.
looks like a trick of the light, but just a shimmer of like golden light kind of passes over their hair, and it goes from this like auburn color to more of a sandy color.
Yeah.
And then it's just a split second and it's gone. And after just a beat of silence, the eyes flick up, meet Ambrose's very evenly. That is correct. You mentioned a note. Do you have
Yes,
this on your person?
I do. She kind of like, both of her, like her hand was around your elbow and the other was on your forearm. The one on your forearm kind of leaves to like tuck into the pocket of this shawl that she's wearing. And she pulls out a note that you can tell even just the instant you see it. This has been folded and refolded and unfolded and refolded probably 1,000 times. And like the paper is beginning to fall apart, but it is so carefully held together. You can almost tell that like there's like little bits of magic on here that you wouldn't surprise you if it was like mending that she's asked people to do to preserve this note. And she pulls it out and she just like slips it into your hand. This is this is all I have, but if there's any other assistance I can give, I will do it.
We will investigate the matter to the fullest extent of our capabilities. You have my word.
Thank you, Your Highness. You are as kind as they say. Thank you. And kind of turns to Ambrose and to Flora and says, and thank you both for your grace and your kindness and for listening. And Ambrose and Flora kind of nod. And you can see Flora looks like, not like feigning distress, looks like genuinely upset for this woman and sort of like, is almost like partway out of the chair with a hand like held out in Ambrose's direction as if she were going to like intervene and say like, and then Ambrose said, Lark will handle it. And she sort of like nods and looks, and the herald kind of, right, well, as the Crown Lord has said, this is a matter that cannot be handled here, so unless there are any other last-minute requests, I think we can conclude this particular receiving day. And a moment of like very thick silence in the room passes. At somewhere where no one can see, Margot goes, eef.
Jeffrey can see. Jeffrey
So
can
true.
see.
So
I
true.
think Luca made like eye contact with Margot after that woman started talking about stuff.
Yeah,
And was just
she
like,
goes. And unless there's anything anyone would like to do in this moment, we're gonna wrap up receiving day.
I think
Cool.
Lark just nods
Yes.
at a guard and asks someone to like escort the lady to somewhere she can sit down and recover.
Absolutely. Yes. A member of the King's Guard, who is sort of up at the front to protect the family, and Ambrose specifically, will kind of come up and like offer her arm to this woman whose name is Lillian, and sort of like leads her off. You get the sense to sort of like take her into a room where like questions can be asked, where she can stay for the night, just sort of like a accommodation essentially. And before she goes, she looks at you, Lark, and just gives you like a nod that is just such a wordless, genuine thank you. And we'll go off. And as everyone sort of begins to filter out of this room, Oliver and Lark, you hear in your head from you hear Ambrose's voice, and he says, "Find me in the morning to discuss this matter." And it sounds like he wants to say something else and then doesn't.
I think
And
as
Ambrose kind of...
Lark,
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Lark
go
walks
ahead.
Back up the steps to kind of rejoin Oliver, and they meet gazes for like this, briefest of moments. And Lark's eyes are just a little bit more golden than they are brown, and he kind of stands next to you.
I think for a second, like the feeling of like, did he mean to send that message to me? Never really like wears off with, thank you, Frankie. Thank you so much,
Ooh.
Frankie. It never really wears off with Oliver, right? There's always this sense of imposter syndrome of like, Ambrose just sent this message to the fucking future king and me. Like, who am I? I'm just a guy. And then like remembers himself in their place and kind of like looks over at Lark and gives a nod.
And with everyone kind of filtering out of this room, the sun is very low in the sky at this point, like by the time any of you step out of this room, it's not even really sunset anymore. It's more the beginning of the night than it is the end of the day. And as all of you kind of go about your business, is there anything before we get into like talking about going to bed time? Is there anything anyone would like to do?
I would love to collect all the stuff from my stenographers and immediately start like preemptively redacting the stuff about the dreaming. Just like
absolutely.
Keep one copy for sure, but otherwise just like for public records just redacting.
Sure. Absolutely, you can do that easily. And you because you had so many who were like watching and recording notes for similar reasons, you start redacting the first one and you see that like one or two of the stenographers who you know a little bit better sort of sees that you're doing this and goes to begin doing it themselves with sort of a look of like confusion but trust. And so by the time you get the rest of the copies of the whole thing, but especially that encounter, most of them are stricken through. Absolutely. And you can take those back to your archives and file them in whatever way you would like to file them and process them and write them up. And as we sort of...
can I do something?
Absolutely, you can tell me about it.
Okay. So Oliver's like getting back to his room, unwinding, whatever, is going to, from the inside of the door, knock very lightly to try and get Zahavi's attention, who's just assuming is standing out there.
Sure. Yeah, you hear like, not like a jolting of metal in like a big like jolt kind of way, but just like a very faint one. And then a very familiar head pokes around the corner. Would you like to tell us what Zahavi looks like?
Yeah, so Zahavi is a hobgoblin. So has this like medium red skin, and these like small pointed ears that get like darker as they get toward like the point. Is in like cool toned armor with gold embellishments. Has this like crop of like black hair that would probably be curly if it was longer, but has not gotten long enough to like really curl, and just like sad eyes and a couple scars from a couple of scuffs here and there, and yeah, just kind of puppy dog energy.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You see those like big eyes kind of look at you. Hey, that was something, huh?
Yeah. What was? She just came up and what happened?
Yeah, so she kind of like, I didn't honestly, don't tell anyone I said this. I kind of didn't like see her coming. I was sort of fixated on like the room and people leaving and stuff. And then I just looked up and she was coming up the road. And I tried to say like, you know, hey ma'am, I'm so sorry. The line's been capped. We've been doing this. I didn't say doing this shit. We've been doing this shit for like, 2.5, 3 hours now, but we'll do it again pretty soon. And you can petition, blah, blah, blah. And she was just like real determined. And I mean, now I know why she was determined to get in there, but she was sort of just like, she didn't say anything to me. She was just sort of being like, I have to get in there. It's really important that I get in there. I know I'm late. Please let me in there. I didn't look like an asshole, right? Because I was really, like, I wasn't trying to be an asshole. Okay.
You were doing your job, and you were doing a damn good job of it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, that's great. You see, she kind of like stands up a little bit straighter. Great. That's great to hear. That's good to know. Because, seemed like a nice old lady. Pretty sad. So, I don't want to, like, look like I'm an old lady hater.
You're not.
I know. That's
And you didn't look like one, so.
Good. Okay, good. Whew. Close one.
Right. It was kind of scary, that whole situation.
The old lady?
I'm just, the ruckus and the stir, I'm feeling just a little frightened.
Well, I mean, if you're like, not feeling safe, my shift is over in 10 minutes, and I would be happy, I would be honored, really, to...
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
And closes the door.
Okay, bye! Door shuts. As soon as the hobby shift is over, they will, in fact, come and find you. Anything else anyone would like to do before we're settling in for the night? We're not gonna skip over the whole night. Just as we're like getting ready for bed, putting on our little pajamas, you know?
Can I check in with my wife? Very
You
briefly.
absolutely can check in with your wife. Where are you looking for your wife?
The place I assume she'll be, which is kind of near the top, kind of behind where all the main people were.
Oh, in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see she's sort of standing beside Laurel, kind of like looking down, and you see they're like having a hushed toned conversation that you can, without a roll, very easily discern is about the old woman. As Laurel is sort of like looking very concerned and like almost absently kind of like running a hand over her stomach.
Interesting night.
They both kind of look up. They didn't seem to notice you were walking up at all. Oh, yeah. Alia kind of like almost instinctively reaches out and places a little hand on your arm and gives it a squeeze. Hi. That
Hi.
was. You
Sure
did
was.
great though. You did a great job. And Laurel kind of goes, yeah. Really, you just took charge. That was like really.
Yeah.
No, in a good way. In a good way. It was
No.
nice. It was nice to see.
No, I just. Can I, like, as I kind of look back over at Ambrose, can I
Mhm.
give a general insight check over, like, am I going to get in trouble for kind of spearheading that?
I think you can see. So Ambrose and Flora are in the process of leaving, but the sort of like body language on Ambrose and the look that you exchange as you turn to look at him before he leaves, not so much in trouble, but there is a certain like tightness to his expression that was not there before. But like he doesn't look like angry, and his tone when he said we'll speak in the morning wasn't like angry. It was
Yeah.
just like tense. So I mean, like you don't get the sense, but also Ambrose is kind of a hard dude to read.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think just. We'll see, I guess.
that was very kind of you to go.
I mean, couldn't not.
Yeah. I'm glad you did. It was the right thing to do.
I'm really tired. Do you want to?
Yeah. Laurel, do you mind? And Laurel kind of, no, sorry, I didn't mean to intrude on the. I should bath time. I'm gonna go. Kind of like braces her arms on the chair and like pushes herself up, and Caspian is there in an instant. And Laurel kind of looks between the two of you. Just threw my headphones. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good job. Good work, Your Highness.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go. Coral, just like half asleep against Caspian's leg, gives you a thumbs up. Scooped up into her father's arms, and the three walk away. And Alia turns to you and says, "Yeah, absolutely. I should take Handsome out for his last walk for the night, but I have to grab him from our room anyway. So if I can walk with you, and then I'll come back.
Okay.
And I'm assuming you don't want to come on the walk with Handsome. You're welcome to. You don't have to though.
Would you like me to?
I would like," kind of like puts both of her hands on your shoulders. "I would like for you to do whatever is going to make you feel the most at peace and relaxed after that very stressful but overall impressive thing you just did."
Okay. Another time then.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll pencil it in. We'll
Sure.
make it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Ashley makes like a mental note. Like, okay, pencil in.
I think-
Ilya.
Sees that in your face and goes, "That was a joke. We don't have to pencil it. That was a joke. I was being
Gotcha. No,
yeah.
I was being obtuse. Okay.
Oh, it's charming. It works for you." Kind of like folds her hand in your arm and gives it a like placating, a little bit like jokingly condescending pat. Goes, "Right, well, shall we?"
Yes.
Great. And the two of you can make your way on the walk to your room. The minute you sort of arrive, your rooms are, because you are the prince, you have a very nice room. You've got like your main quarters, and it's attached to sort of like a general like salon living room where you can entertain people if you'd like. More commonly, where like you guys have breakfast or meals or whatever. And Handsome is in that like general salon area. And so when you arrive with a very excitable dog who like looks at you and seems to judge that you just don't have this in you right now, and then we'll rush up to Alia. Alia will kind of scratch behind his ears and look up at you. Will you be all right? I'll be just a few minutes, really. I'll be right back.
Take your time. It's fine.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
And opens the door and walks out with Handsome. As you are sort of walking around, do you think you're going right to bed? What's Lark's like bedtime routine? How's he feeling?
I think Lark kind of changes out of their stiff, prince clothes, and
Sure.
as they do so, there's kind of like a rustle, and they remember the note in their pocket, and they take out the note, and they kind of stand, kind of just in dress pants, and read it.
Sure. Yeah, you can absolutely read the note. The note says, let me scroll up and find it. The note, it's fairly short, and it's in like very nice handwriting, but you can tell the handwriting looks like rushed. And it says, everything is going to be all right now, Mama. Don't worry. I have to go for a while, but when I'm back, I'm going to fix everything. We are going to fix everything. I've seen the way forward, and it is beautiful. I'll see you soon. I love you. And it's signed, Your Terry.
Okay. I think Lark very carefully folds it and kind of walks over to their kind of writing desk and folds it, leaves it next to their journal, opens up their journal and writes down a copy of what was
Sure.
said. And then kind of starting with that, then kind of sits down properly and probably spends the duration of however long Alia is gone writing down everything that happened today, all of the people and their queries and how they were dealt with. And
Sure. You go over to your writing desk and go to sit down. What is your passive perception?
25.
25. You reach this desk, you kind of start grabbing things out, and just as you're about to sit, your eyes kind of catch on the window. That is, it's not right by your desk, but it's a couple feet over. And with a 25 passive perception, you see that it's not quite closed. It's mostly closed. Not all the way, though.
I left it closed, though, right?
You're pretty sure.
I think Lark stands and shuts the window.
Sure. As you shut the window, your eyes kind of move downwards. And you see on the floor there is half of a muddy footprint. Shoe print.
Oh, shit.
And
in which direction?
Into your room.
Great!
And sort of the moment that you realize this and your shoulders kind of shift with this realization, you hear the, for you probably not so familiar, but still unmistakable sound of metal against metal, and a voice you do not recognize from the darkness of your room saying, I wouldn't move, Your Highness. And that is where we're going to leave off today. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really excited to continue telling this story. I hope you had fun. I had fun. We'll see you if you join us on Sunday or next Wednesday for our programming. But if not, then we'll see you 2 weeks from today for chapter 2 of our story. Thanks so much for being here. And until we see you again, sweet dreams.
Oh my God.